transpiring and what is really happening. And I can see that my fellow Africans are seeing that. Firstly, I think it's important as Africans to start returning back to our African identity. It's very important. It's very crucial to identify ourselves as Africans before these colonial states that we found ourselves in. It's important because we cannot make these discussions as long as we see ourselves within the confound of these territories that were imposed in us. We need to first by creating or constructing this strong identity of being African. That's where you start. Strong identity of being an African. That's how we identify ourselves. Secondly, if you can see what's really happening here, the white ring racist politicians or politics is emerging globally, be it in Australia, be it in UK, be it in United States, be it in, let me say, also in South Africa. You can see that they are regovernizing for the second colonization of the continent. We understand that Africa was colonized on the basis of racism. It became the structure by which all these countries that we found ourselves in were developed. So it's important to understand that we see this regovernization of the imperialists, of the colonizers, to retake back Africa. Remember, we only managed to gain political independence, and they retained economic independence. So now they are coming for the political independence again. I want you guys to look at the president of Kenya, President Ruto. If you check and trace his political life, you remember that he was also accused of the tribal conflict that took place in Kenya in 2008, and he was tried in the International Criminal Justice and in the International Criminal Court of Justice. I think it was 2015, 2016, and that case just disappeared. He was exonerated just away. And guess what? It's the same guy who rises the ranks. And now you can see that he's a guy who is being held on something. And what is that? The Geno case that they had against him. So this is how the new imperialism works. They make sure that our presidents or our leaders, whom they appoint, they have something on them. It's easy to blame our leaders, of which we should, but we must understand that they are not operating in their own will. We must understand that these people, they are being used for a particular reason, to perpetuate imperialism. So I just use Kenya as an example, and it justifies why you would see America now going to Kenya to set up a missile base, a drones military base. It tells us a story how America is encroaching from every one of us. Because if they, obviously, the target is not Europe, the target is not America, but the target is me and you. It's me and you as Africans. So if we don't understand how crucial it is to unite as Africans, then our children, ourselves, we are all at risk. So ladies and gentlemen, my job is to talk about the unity of Africa. Why is it important that we should unite? I just bought land in Mpumalanga in South Africa. What I have done is that I have just put the fence on that land. I haven't built anything yet. I haven't done anything on that land, but I have put a fence because I am marking that land, that it belongs to me. That's what we mean when we're talking about the unity of Africa. To securitize the continent, to put a fence around Africa against imperialism, against outsiders. We have differences, We have ethnic differences. We have conflict amongst ourselves. But we need to put aside all these things and stand together and make sure that we securitize, we put security around this continent of Africa. Unfortunately, maybe you guys do see it as a continent, but I don't see it as a continent. I see it as a land of the Bantu people. I see it as a land of people, of the origins of people. I see it as a territory where the smartest people on earth exist. To me, I still see Africa in the same way Europeans see it, as one. Unfortunately, because some of us, we are taught to see each other in our separate territories and silos that we found ourselves in, which are colonially constructed to not function for any one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what's really happening. The enemy is in the house, and the people who are at risk is me and you. From the south to the north of Africa, we are not all safe. So I applaud what Captain Ibrahim Traore is doing. Yesterday we were in a space, I'm just concluding. Yesterday we were in a space and we had invited one of the Burkina Bay lady to come and enlighten us about what is happening in Burkina Faso. It was so amazing to see the passion of the youth of Burkina Faso, how they love Africa, how they love this land called Africa, how they appreciate. You know, we have been spent so many centuries being taught how bad Africa is, how bad being black, being African is. I want to recall every one of us, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let's return to our African identities. Forget about this. I'm from Canadian. I'm from Zambian. Forget about those things. Those things were set up in Benin. We all know. Let's go back to that mega identity of being African. I thank you.
Thank you for your submission.
Fausti.
Yes.
Yeah, he said it's from South Africa, right? United.
Yes.
Okay. I believe you see the picture on the screen. Does it look familiar?
It is, man. It is.
So why didn't you touch on
It's
it?
it's interesting, man. Like we all know that the Mzungus are the perpetrators of the most painful atrocities that we see. These three kids were coming from school, and somehow the Mzungu mistaken them for being he claimed that he thought it was dogs, you know. But we all know that how can you mistaken human beings as dogs? And he ran over them. It's a painful moment. The reason why I didn't touch it is because probably we have some of our fellow South Africans who are still, other families who could be watching this live and they are still mourning on this issue. That's the reason why I didn't touch it and talk about it. But it's a painful, it's a dark,
No, my brother, my brother. You know, especially our Africans in the diaspora are getting propaganda news from BBC. They don't know what is happening. And it looks like South Africans are relaxed on this matter. Okay. This morning I woke up, I went to TikTok, I typed 3 South African girls unalive in South Africa. I've not even seen one video. So I decided to make a video myself. My question is, what if it was a Nigerian or other African country who did this? This whole internet TikTok will be shut down. And I have a problem with it. Is it because it was caused by a white man? That's why people are not talking about it enough. My brother, we are not in the age of nobody can deceive anybody now, and we see how things are unfolding and things are happening. Most of your people are quiet about this. This is not, even for you to say that maybe their families are watching, this is not something to be quiet about, especially when Trump is talking about white genocide. You guys are not talking about this. But best believe if it was another African who did the Zambian, Nigerian, I'm not saying you, but you can agree with me that this whole TikTok was shut down. Why?
Absolutely, man. You need to understand the control of media, how it
You
continues
are the
to.
media. You had the opportunity to even speak. You didn't mention it, but you want to hear and blame the media. We are our media. That is why we are here. If you are waiting for the media and we know the media is controlled by them. So if we are waiting for media to actually spread this news, then I don't understand what we are doing here.
I'm explaining to you why you didn't see the visibility of this case, maybe on social media. But I have seen people speaking into it here on TikTok. But all I'm saying to you is that my brother, the reason why you might see that there is this outrage towards African brothers. That's why when I addressed you, I say I'm an African.
My
It's
brother,
because
I want to ask you a question.
absolutely.
The issue,
Please mute yourself. The host
a
is
question I want to ask.
no, the host is talking.
No, Firstly, let him answer the question, and anyone can ask their question. You see, we give excuses. We like giving excuses. Now we know we are not depending on BBC. We are not depending on Al Jazeera. That is why we are making our own videos and putting it out there. You want to explain, so I want to give you the grace to explain. Go ahead, and then after hate, you can ask your question.
Yeah, you see, the reason why my leader, I didn't even want to say that I'm from South Africa. It's because I was running away from these kind of perceptions. But I'll speak to the reason why maybe you don't see the visibility of this. You might not see the visibility of this case on TikTok. It's because, as I said, the media plays a huge role in South Africa to shape the minds of how people perceive things, right? And if you see how the construction of narrative of foreign nationals in South Africa, it's actually the media is playing a huge role. Let me give you an example. If you have a criminal from Nigeria or a criminal from, let me just say Ghana or Zambia, the media would say 2 Nigerians were caught doing this, right? It doesn't state their name. It doesn't say John, this. It says 2 Nigerians, this. And you must understand that it's done deliberately. That's where this whole perceptions against maybe our fellow brothers comes from. It's because the media, which is owned by the Mzungus, drives that narrative and it shifts the perceptions of Black South Africans to focus on those matters. Yeah, thank you.
So that is your answer.
Absolutely. That's why you would see that there's less focus to matters such as this, matters that are painful like this. But anyway, we did.
So what did the news say about this one? How did they put it?
No, it was there in the news. It was on the news. The truth came
Yeah.
out.
How did they put it? How did they put it?
Sorry?
You said if it was Nigerians, they would say 2 Nigerians. This is how the media operates. And I'm asking you, with this white South Africans
No, they say it's a farmer. Obviously, they would say it's a farmer.
Okay.
It was reported as a farmer.
It was reported as a black farmer or a white farmer.
No, it just said a farmer.
You South Africans, man, I don't know.
No, don't say you South Africans, it's the media. And I'm trying to show you how media is playing a role.
Right, but if it's the media, then...
Hold on. This is what is on the screen. You see white man behind the wheels mows them down in full daylight. Okay? You see that over here. But you are trying to shift from identifying who did it. You are saying they say farmer. They say farmer. So because they say farmer, you don't know that it's a white man who did it.
No, we know it's a white man.
So why don't you guys have a range? This is 3 children, 14, 13, 12, who has been unalive on their way to school using the pavement. Okay.
Absolutely, my brother. I'm trying to explain to you. Isn't you asking why there's kind of like a...
Okay, let's move on. Hey, ask your question.
Yeah.
Ask your question.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is, I want him to itemize 4 key points that the South Africans can use or the mechanism they will adapt to decode the minds of the indigenous South Africans Hello, can you hear me? To decode the minds of the South Africans, indigenous South Africans towards their fellow blacks.
Look, it will take time, man, but we are working on it, man. You need
You
you
should
need
itemize
alternative.
and explain
Sorry.
4 key mechanisms that the South Africans can adapt to overcome this challenge towards their fellow blacks.
You said I should highlight 4 mechanisms. Is that what you're saying?
Highlight 4 mechanisms that you South Africans can adapt to decode the minds of South Africans towards their fellow blacks.
Okay, cool. I don't know if I'll be able to mention 4, but I can at least mention just a few. Firstly, providing new alternative of media. That could help if we can just find new alternative media, especially particularly on how issues of crime are reported. Platforms like that, social media. Thirdly, I think it also comes back to the issue of how we interact we interact with other Africans. Like, how do we engage in matters? The tension, that which I believe is brought by the media, right? Where media has shifted the mindset of South Africans towards a particular direction. And when they come on social media and they begin to spill what can be considered as xeno, and the response that they may get or the retaliation that they may get from our fellow brothers may not come from a place of understanding that these people are influenced in a particular direction. So maybe what I would ask from you, fellow Africans, you need to understand the manner in which media operates in South Africa, which the Mzungu holds, which the Mzungu controls. So when you see our fellow sisters and brothers ranting out against our fellow Africans, understand that they are being made to think in a particular way. Hence, alternative medias will be very crucial. Thank you.
I don't see any sensible thing in whatever you said, but I know Lumka, you came up and see we are here talking about what you
I
call
came
it,
in before Lunkak.
decolonizing. Hold on. I know she's here for that discussion, and because of what has happened, don't worry. Just you speak. Just don't worry. We're talking about revolution. We're talking about coming together, and we are not concerned to address some of the. I know a lot of you don't like me because I will say it. You cannot stop or you cannot ignore what is happening in your house and say, okay, let's come and unite. No, we are not going to do that. And it's about time that the energy you give to A is the same energy you have to give to B. Especially, every African is even supposed to be talking about this. These are children, okay? And we cannot be silent about this. But I'll allow Lunka to speak, and then I'll come in. Just hold on. Just don't worry. I will let you guys speak.
All right, thank you, host. The next person in line is Jade. Please come off your mic, introduce yourself, and put in your submission.
No. Hold on.
Oh.
I'm saying let Lumka speak. Hold on. Let Lumka speak for now, and then we will take it up from here. I know why she came up, so just let her speak.
Okay, Lumka, come off your mic, please.
Thank you so much. Greetings, my beautiful African brothers and sisters. Unite is one of those young men that we are who finally actually got it, and he's one of the young men that we are relying on because he's picked up. And I feel that these are young men that are going to continue the Pan-Africanist, the dream of us uniting in Africa, So to be honest with you, I'm very disappointed. It's been quiet, TM. As women and children in South Africa, we're tired. It seems as if no one hears our plight. we are being slaughtered. You know, it is so sad what is happening. However, you know, it is true, the media, but I feel that the youth, I don't know what has happened to the youth, because they say they do things differently, but honestly, in my generation, this is enough to be out there disgusted, you know. And it seems as if with South Africans, they don't vote Malema, they don't want Malema. But when there are issues like this, they take as a backstage, you know, they sit back and they got automatically would expect that the EFF takes it. But this is the EFF they are not voting for. You see, that's what is strange, because I'm telling you, I remember last year we used to sit on these lives and tell them how, if at all they vote wrong, how are things gonna escalate in South Africa, you know? And honestly, if everybody is honest, everything that we told them on these lives when we were campaigning for the EFF, it is happening. It is happening, you know, and I don't know what's going on with our youth. I honestly do not know what's going on with our youth. This has happened. And I can tell you now, in the media houses, this is not being spoken about as it's supposed to be, you know. And even on TikTok, people are not, there's nothing happening. It seems as if, you know, EFF is only right when it has to take to the streets. I don't know what is happening in South Africa. I honestly do not know. This, you know, when it happened initially, I even thought that it was fake news, only to learn that indeed these 3 children, they've lost their lives. And people are not talking. People are not talking. I don't understand why. I don't understand what's going on in South Africa.
Balumka, you know
And it
why?
is very sad.
You know why they are not talking. You know, you and I know why. I hope you do. I hope you do, Madam Lunka. I hope you are aware. You know why? Because even before I came live, I was searching on TikTok if anybody has done video about it, so I can make a duet, or I can share. Or I didn't find any video.
Listen to
And
this
this is
idiot right now. Malema is a man who insults his own kids, bid praises to the neighbors. I don't know what the nonsense he's writing.
don't pay
But
attention to this people, this lost people. We don't pay attention to them. I didn't find any video.
no,
These are
there's nothing.
children. These are children. Children. These are young, 14, 13, 12, on their way to school. They were not even on the street. They were on the pavement, not on the street, on the pavement. And he had the audacity to say, I thought they were animals. And people are quiet. But best
And
believe
this has been happening.
if it was another African or a Nigerian, and it's not even about unaliving, something small, this whole internet will blow up. Why?
I agree with that.
And we don't have to complain. We don't have to complain about it. I feel so bad as an African to see young. I don't even have issue with it, but for young children, look at these beautiful black kids
Yeah.
going home from school to their mother dead. It's not injured, they are dead. It's not they are dead, completely gone. To have the audacity and say, I thought it was, and South Africans are not angry enough. Yo, I don't know. I don't
Please,
know.
which the paper is from South Africa. Who just brought this headline? I thought they were animals.
Because that is what the white man who ran them over, that is the excuse he gave. He said he thought they were animals.
don't
But
have
it's not for the first
So
time they
and
use
and
this
and, and,
as
and
an
what is
explanation.
Ramaphosa saying? Because I think this picture or this story supposed to allow him direct himself to Donald Trump to now let them know that they were accusing his people of unaliving their people. But you now see what their people are doing to the indigenes. And I think that's why
Yeah,
Malema is
and
right that
this is not the
until
first time. Like Lumka said, this is not the first time. Last year, they ran a child over for stealing orange, dead and gone. A child, but you don't hear because you don't see the smoke from our brothers and sisters down there.
Now, even
You
like
don't
they also killed two women and fed them
unalive.
to
Don't
the
use
oh
K.
sorry, they unalived two women and fed them to pigs. Also in South Africa.
Yeah, I just made a video and then I posted because I didn't see any video. I want our Africans in the diaspora to see what is happening because the BBC will not report this, okay? So that they know what is going on in South Africa. If our own South Africans will not make live streams, talk about it, make videos about it, we the other Africans, we will do it. But you cut the stray.
it's so
That's why we
sad.
fight with South Africans. You don't see any video going around. But let anything about Nigeria, about any other African, everywhere is going,
Do you mind if I make my contribution on this particular incident now?
Lumka, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done, host.
Can I speak? I've been waiting for a very long time.
Okay, host, I'll let him go. I'll come back to it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this platform to express my opinion on matters concerning we Black people and Africans. This is my first time on this platform. So I'm doing a lot of observation and stuff. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Um, yeah, I've been on other platforms in the past on YouTube, and I am not entirely impressed by the previous platforms I've been to. It's more of kind of like a nationalized platform, like Nigerian platforms where they talk about ethnic bias, comparing elites about how they will fix Nigeria's problem, kind of like a waste of time conversation, not talking about how imperialism has destroyed our continent. So I'm really glad that there is an anti-imperialist Pan-African platform on TikTok. I'm really delighted that we have that. So having said that, this news, I'm seeing it for the first time and it's very disturbing. I condemn it. I give awful condemnation to this act. These are kids that have a bright future ahead of them and they were killed just like that by a racist. I mean, it's this story itself that's kind of messed up my day. I mean, I've had so many news this morning, but this is really bad. I'm originally from Nigeria, and this is very, very bad. This is despicable, and of course, justice needs to be served. Justice needs to be served on this racist, evil European, who is a descendant of the ancestors that stole the land of we African people. It's a big disgrace, and I think justice should be served on this man. Whatever he has done to these children should be done to him and his family. That's all I can say regarding this. But yeah, I really want to talk about imperialism. I know a lot of us probably know about how powerful imperialism is. And imperialism itself as an entity, Western imperialism as an entity, has really infiltrated our lives in so many ways. Our countries, all of us are from Africa or from the diaspora in the Caribbean or other parts of the world, but we're all from Africa. And imperialism has shaped our thinking in so many ways. Currently, what's going on in Burkina Faso is an anti-imperialist struggle, is a revolutionary anti-imperialist struggle, and we need to support it. We need to do everything to support it. And I'm really glad that a lot of us understand that it is not just imperialism. Imperialism has different layers. But even within our countries, the so-called leaders, they're not leaders, but the so-called leaders that we have in Africa, they are the agents of imperialism. And I'm glad that we know about that. So yeah, like we have two major wars that we have to fight in Africa. The first one is taking power from the agents of imperialism and fighting imperialism. Burkina Faso have fought the first war and they've won it. The second war is a much bigger war, and we have to support them to defeat imperialism. A lot of us from many African countries, yeah, we have not yet started that war because that war is going to be a class war. And when that war is won, then we can face imperialism for what it is, the real enemy. Because we've not been able to fight the first war, yeah, we've not been able to defeat the first war. We are not all of us. A lot of us probably know better, but a lot of us are blinded to think the bigger enemy is our savior. Meanwhile, they are not our savior at all. They are destroying us through their agents. And that's why we keep complaining about bad leadership, right? That's why we keep talking about, oh, democracy is not working. This so-called democracy is part of their tools. The IMF and World Bank is part of their tools. Apartheid policies in South Africa is part of their tools. Like this news I'm seeing, IMF and World Bank, neoliberalism, free markets, it's part of their tools to destroy our lives, So we need to really understand these things and fight it in a wholesome fashion. But I'll stop there for now. I have to do more observation. But thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. Who is new? Is it the real man? The real man, go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you.
I think the other lady, Waju or something like that, she have to speak before.
No, it's
I
okay.
think maybe
She can
she's
go.
busy.
Wajibu Witu.
The real man, go ahead. When she's back, she can.
Thank you. No, I'm here. I'm here actually. I'm seeing my countdown running out. That's why I was waiting.
Yeah, please, sorry. I want to ask the host a question, and the question is, I don't know. I know Ghana. We did a walk to support Ibrahim Traore, and it was allowed. And I've been wondering the other African countries that are talking about what is happening in Ibrahim Traore, and we are all supporting him and everything. Are they doing something like that, or is their president stopping them from things like that? I don't know. I'm just curious. I want to know. And I believe there are a lot of other African countries on this platform.
Yeah, some of them participated. Some of them are on the 30th. Even South Africa,
No,
some
I
group of
mean
people,
in
but
their
they didn't.
respective countries, not like coming
That's
to
what
Ghana.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. In their respective countries, some of them did. I think I know of. There's this South African who came, but they didn't get a larger turnout. Nigeria didn't because they say they cannot actually do it. Togo didn't do it. Ivory Coast didn't do it. Our surrounding neighbors didn't do it. But mostly it was the diaspora. It was those who are in the diaspora who actually pulled massively. The Africans in the diaspora, the Jamaicans, the Caribbeans. Yeah. So basically, our neighbors. I don't know any of our neighbors who actually march in their country. Yeah.
It was a miscommunication, host, because I went from Johannesburg to Pretoria because remember, we were supposed to meet in the Union building, but there was no one. But I came to realize that people went to Sandton, which is a closer area from Johannesburg. It's actually in Johannesburg, So instead, it was just a matter of communication. Otherwise, people were willing to join. Those who went to Sandton, they did get the match. So it happened in South Africa as well.
Yeah, I know it happened in South Africa, but the turnout was bad. Like I'm saying, they came here to give us the information that it really happened. So, like you are saying, miscommunication that could have been, a factor. But we don't see a lot of African countries doing it. But it is those who are in the diaspora, the Africans who have left Africa to, various parts. I foresee is one of them. She marched in New York, but our neighbors, no, I don't think so. I hope that answers your question. So, Wajibu,
Okay.
you can go ahead and take your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I want to talk about this issue of South African, these three girls. I saw the poster. I saw this post on Twitter the other day, yesterday, and I actually searched to see more information, but I did not see any. There's one particular post that I saw, and I realized that this man who knocked these three girls here. It's not the first time he has done that. He's a repeated offender. He has run over somebody else a few years ago. He's a repeated, it's not the first time. So the last time, nothing happened to him. Now this time, there's no aggression on the social media. These are the things that bring revolutions in countries. And if people are not expressing their pain and their anger on the internet so that we can join South Africans, they're so quiet, and I'm so angered about this. I'm going to take you back to Kenya, way during the missionary time when they just came. They came with the Bible and the pew-pew. Before the war started, they used to go hunting. And during their hunt, they pew-pewed a man, a Kenyan man, a Kikuyu man. And then when he was questioned, he said he thought that man was a monkey. That was the exact words. He thought the man was a monkey. That is how Kenyans started regrouping, and that's how they started fighting for their independence. That was the first KILL. It was the first unaliving that started the struggle for independence for Kenya. These are the things that start revolutions. So if South Africa is quiet, I wonder why they would do this. Because right now, we have to understand the hierarchy and the supremacy as it is aligned in the global setup. There is the WT people. They think they are the most supreme of all races. And then below them, there are the Asians. And below them, there are Indians. And below them, there are these other ones, the Arabs, colored, slightly not BLK, not our melanated color, skin color. And then below the barrel, at the very bottom of the barrel, we are not even in the same barrel. They consider us animals. They don't see us as human beings. To be honest, this is something that we have to know, and we have to realize that in the game of this game that we call the game of life, you are considered as the prey. And the hunters, they have their own pew-pews ready to unalive you, and they claim that they unalived an animal. It is not actually something that just happens. It is because that's how they view us. And you have to understand this. If you go to a country, I have had a chance to visit France a few years back. And let me tell you something. Our brothers and sisters who are leaving Africa to go to these countries, if you went there with your bachelor's degree, the moment you land there, it is either you clean toilets and sweep the streets. They cannot give you a job, a meaningful job. No. And when you want to get that job, you have to go back to school 2 years. They don't recognize that you went to university. They don't even recognize your degree. You have to go back to 2 years behind. Why? And even when you go 2 years back, you never get any job, any managerial or supervision job here in Kenya, in Africa. We have big minds, but the moment they come to these countries, Europe and the West and everywhere, they are belittled. You will see a lawyer scrubbing toilets and train stations with their master's degree in their pockets. They never consider us as people.
That is the first thing you have to have in your mind. These people, even if you see them putting up bases in Kenya and everywhere in Africa, USA on its own, it has 21 bases, and it's actually saying it's going to put 8 more. They have 9 more. They have 21. They will have is it 21? They said they want to add 9 more very soon, and very soon they are working on that. Those ones are not for them. They are miles away. Who do you think they are for? That's what the other man who was here said, United somebody, when I came in. Those are our, those missiles they're setting up there, those drones they're setting up there. They are not for being sent to Russia. They are not for being sent to China. Why would they put them in Africa when they are meant for China? They will put them in Asia, somewhere close. These are meant for us. And look at the situation right now in Palestine. In Palestine, if you look at how this war is going, the first thing they said at the beginning of this war, and these people are subhuman. When somebody considers you subhuman, they have nothing. They have no concern for your life. You and your children, they have no concern for your life. So this is what is happening, South Africans. I want you to look to open your 2 eyes, and your intellectual capability, you have to expand it so that you understand what is happening in South Africa at such a time as this, when they have started giving refugee status to WT people. Imagine people who have claimed to be oppressed in South Africa, they have given them statuses of refugee. They have airlifted them from South Africa to the United States, when they are already handcuffing hardworking people, picking them from workplaces, picking them from courts where they go to for immigration courts, handcuffing women and children, zip tying them, bundling them into planes, and taking them to just close by in this Caribbean their own South America, North America. Their countries there, this Haitian and Nicaragua and all that. Those people are still in America, but just not in the United States. Let me tell you something. White supremacy. They will take care of their own. But who will take care of our own if we don't get angered and aggressed by these kind of actions? Now that they pick their own and they take them to the US, what about these three South Africans who have died? Who will fight for them? Because they will not. They will not. And I don't understand, sometimes I don't understand the views of South Africans. Because if you look at their last elections, they voted the Blue Party, the one of the WT people, massively. And those times you would hear them comparing. You know, if we give this country to Julius Malema, he's going to make us look like Zimbabwe. He wants us to go the Zimbabwean way. That is why you see people online when they want to criticize South Africa, when they are told that there's genocide happening. And South Africans, they say, no, there's no genocide happening. They take you back. You know what? If you throw away these WT people, you're going to starve. Those are the people who plant your food. Let me ask the South Africans who are here. Lumka, if today those farmers stops farming, is South Africa going to starve? Are you not going to go and farm because you're the
Not
people
at
who are farming the
all.
farms?
These
Please,
people
Wajibu,
Yes?
don't land with a question. Okay, we
Okay,
don't have an open
sorry,
panel now.
I'll touch this. I'll just touch the base and then I'll finish. Thank you.
Wajibu, your time is up.
Let me
to the
just
next
sum up.
person.
Thank you.
Yes,
I'll just
we will
sum up.
come to open panel right now.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
guys, please be mindful of your times. We are not doing overtime, please.
yeah.
So that people will finish talking and then we can open the panel. Please don't let us overpass our time. The real man, please go ahead, introduce yourself and proceed.
Thank you, TM, the real man from SA. Yeah, man. you know, TM, we have been here before. Lumka also knows this. We have been here before. When I look at your topic, if you remember, there was 2 or 3 ladies that were fed to the pigs. There was a small boy that was run over just for an orange. You never saw South Africans coming here or running the platforms and making noise, complaining, making awareness about these kind of situations. They don't. I mean, while other people were speaking here, I saw some guy on the comments, I think he's Poholo or something like that, saying that the matter is in court. This is what we do as South Africans. We are not ready to do anything. Anything white, we protect it. Anything white that they do unalive our own people, we will stand by saying, no, the matter is in court. If you were to ask the very same person who was saying that the matter is in court right now and say, what is the latest? He doesn't even know. But he can come here and say the matter is in court. So, you know, South Africans, Black South Africans, until something happens to you directly, that's when people start realizing that this is not good. I remember Lumka one day, I don't know if it was in this platform, when she said, no, she hopes that load shedding can come back and we have something like stage 15, 20, because we deserve it. Because we do not want to stand and do anything. We do not want to support our own, you know, in the African continent. As before my time here, I decided to check with my other phone, just other platform. There is a platform as we speak right now that is talking about other Africans defending that no, they cannot come here. They're talking bad about Africans from the African continent. They're not talking about this very issue. They are not talking about this. So to them, this is nothing. Like someone said, no, these are in the hands of the police. So that's where it ends. Then we continue with, no, these other African brothers and sisters cannot be here and things like that. But issues like this, these are very serious issues. But we are not dealing with these issues. I don't know what it will take to wake up the Black South African people, because really what we are, it's more than sleeping. I don't know what to call it. I don't know what is the name to call it. Maybe you have a better word, TM and the rest of the people here, but I don't, because issues that affect the Black people, we don't stand up for it. Where white people are concerned in this country, you will hear people saying, you know, you can see, maybe if you come across, let's call it social media, maybe dancing, you just go and see the comments, what they will be saying. They will be talking nonsense like, this one can be given the land, we are a rainbow nation, and things like that. You know what the Black people in this country, especially the youth, TM, you know, the grooving. What is the, Lumka, what is the other name that maybe everyone can understand? Nice time.
Drunkards. There's no way, no, there's not, you know what? We can only explain it that way. Drunkenness from
That's
Friday,
what,
you know.
that's what we excel. You know, that's what we excel in it. You know, the taking people almost naked. That's what they're concentrating on. Sometimes you look at it and say, where is this country headed? Because the Black people, the Black youth, they don't care about what is going to happen tomorrow, about their future, about the future of their kids. The only thing they can do is to dance and drink, dance and drink all the time. And issues that are serious, like these issues that needs to be attended, they don't care. They will tell you that the issue is at the hands of the police. And you look at these people who will be coming here and make noise and say, no, we cannot unite, we cannot do this with other Africans, because we think that we are better Blacks in this country, and people are still struggling in this country. The very same person who was talking nonsense here and say the issue is in the hands of the police, maybe staying in a shack. I think my time is up here. Thank you.
Mission. This is ridiculous. What is going on in South Africa? You guys, Malema is willing and ready to help you, but you guys are not voting him into power. I think South Africans like what is going on. They like being the rainbow colors, black, white, and yellow people mixed all together.
I've not seen black in the rainbow. It's black part of the color.
Well, what can I say? They like the white people. They like the white people better than their own African people.
No.
Reality complex.
Please
Reality
mute
complex.
yourself. Thank you. The next in line, I will be
Hello?
Halimatu.
Yes,
Please come off your mic, introduce yourself, and put in your submission.
yes. Thank you very much, my sister. I'm coming from Sierra Leone. I was listening to the conversation keenly. You know, the politics change to the better way. I remember what the last time we decided to protest in Sierra Leone, and we were not giving the police clearance, but people decided to come out and say their mind, whatever might happen. Let us take up that decision on our own. But honestly, I can tell you, my brothers and sisters, not until the few or many who are ready to sacrifice, they have to make up their mind to sacrifice for others before we have change in this Africa as whole. Going back to our politicians currently, I can tell you free, the politicians are not in the interest of the people. And definitely they are not willing to give up and the position, whether the people like them or not. They just want to stay there and then definitely to be in the bad governance. And then the worst of what in my country, I can tell you, my brothers and sisters, we cannot say our mind. In fact, we are not allowed to come out and protest. We are not allowed to come out and say what is good or what is not good for us. And this is the worst governance I have ever experienced in my life in Sierra Leone. Because compared to the previous government, I can tell you free, there was an opportunity for people to come out and say their mind. There was an opportunity given to people to protest peacefully. But again, our very, very security call, the police or whosoever that are supposed to be there to support the people that are coming out there, they are the one using gun against our citizens, even though they themselves are suffering. So I could not understand what is exactly happening in Africa. Is it that we want to accept what we are going through? Is it that we don't want to change? Is it that we don't want to accept a good governance in our continent? So that is the problem I still don't understand. That Africans themselves, we ourselves, if
I think she's having problem with her services. Alima, please find a place to adjust yourself. Alima. Okay, moving on. Let's put somebody else. She come back. We put her back on.
you say this is democracy, don't
Hey, Nan, I'm gonna mute Alima and then you're gonna open your mic and put in a submission, okay?
Firstly, everyone has spoken.
So should we have an open panel?
Halima, just know that we were not hearing you, okay? Your network went off. No, she needs to come back. Halima,
Yeah.
just go down and try to come back. Try to come back up. Let's have.
Okay. We're having an open panel.
Yeah, we
Um,
have an open panel. So, guys,
let Hitnan come off your mic, please.
Yeah,
Please, I would
thank
want
you.
to use this
No,
opportunity.
yes, a minute.
Hitman, Hitnan, gone.
Okay, thank you. With the issue of the three kids that have been unalived, actually, this shows that the South Africans are very comfortable with the mess that they are enduring. I see no reason why they don't have the same energy to fight those oppressing them, and to the level that they will defend to the last breath of their life. The problem of South Africa is bigger than we can imagine, and it starts from the mentality. The mentality have to be worked on thoroughly, and I think the education that the impact in them or they're acquiring, there's something wrong with it, and they have to review their curriculum and introduce a new curriculum that will help them to refrain from the evil that they think, or all the time the evil that they've been thinking towards themselves and their fellow African. It's so sad that your own within, not even someone you call foreigner, your own sons and daughters, you cannot defend. You cannot defend, and you are very comfortable living in the midst of these oppressors. You call them your brothers and sisters. I will not blame the citizens, but I'll blame the officials. The heads of the country, they have to make sure that justice prevails, and they have to bring everything on board. Life, and the most painful part of it, calling them animals. Even animals, they have freedom and right. Animals, they have freedom and right. Everything on life. You cannot honor life and person, then you name the person again as an animal. It's so lucky that I'm not a South African. It's so lucky. If I should be, then I too will be unalived. You do me, I do you. You should not vex. You do me, I do you. Then the whole South Africa will capsize down. It's so nonsense and so bullshitting to the level that you it enters my bone. It enters my bone so much. I can't really understand this. And South Africans are very comfortable with this situation. So comfortable. Ramaphosa so being puppet with the big head. With the so big head. Nothing inside. Just a coconut head. Going to UK, US, sitting there, being disgraced, humiliated. And your own, see the way they are treating your own. You don't have the big mouth to shout. You only have the big mouth internally to shout. When you were present before the enemy, you were nowhere to be found. Is it not so stupidity, so annoying, disheartening? I'm so disgusted with this kind of conduct. It's so sad. How do you unalive kids just like this? Future generation, future leaders. Do you know the talent nature has bestowed on them to elevate the people of South Africa and the continent of Africa? You unalive them, name them animals. This is what hurts me most. Even animals, they have that freedom and they have that right. You have no right to unalive animal. The South Africa, you see this thing to be nothing, but you have the same energy to fight your fellow blacks.
hate.
My brother, let someone take the mic. My
Hold on.
temper is rising.
Let me address this. I see that most of Africans don't like to do research. They are quick to debunk. I think I saw somebody here earlier on saying that this is not true. They made it by themselves. And somebody also in the comment asking, is this true? One thing you need to know about this platform is we don't post things which are not true. Okay, we cannot bring the credibility of this platform down. But I want to ask you, what do you do with your phone? Huh? Like some of you only want to stay in TikTok. If you see anything, just do a quick research. Like leave TikTok. Do a quick research. I now see why a lot of us don't need just one. There's a porridge recall after 3 children also died in South Africa. Write that down. There's also a family who have been executed while watching TV in South Africa. 7 members of same family, including 3 children, were shot dead in an execution style, unaliving in their home. Search that out. Farmer Council sentenced for murdering fiancé and 3 children. Search it out. 6 children unalive from pesticide poisoning. Search it out. Before any of you want to debunk anything, please use your phone wisely. You have internet. Google is free. You can go on the South African, what you call it? You say, why search? Tell me. That's why you are lazy. You are lazy buffoon. You are lazy in your Google and find out. Some of you are so lazy to the extent that get everything. That go to school, you don't want to go to school. You want everything to be fed. Let me block this guy. Me, I don't have patience for this ignorance. Go to school, you will not go to school. People are telling you what is happening, you will challenge. You don't know. You will not even use your time to just check on the internet. A lot of you are the problems of Africa. Yeah, it is not true. Make thunder fire you. You think people will be joking about death cases? You see the minds of our people. These are the minds, these are the people that we have on the continent. Very lazy. Very, very lazy. They don't want to do any work. They want to be fed from A to B. To the extent that somebody will come here and ask, which region is Burkina Faso? Who is paying tuition fees over here? Nobody is paying tuition fees. Don't mind them. Me, I'm not scared of anybody. If you are stupid, we will let you know you are stupid. Go to school. You don't want to go to school. Now you have seen news. You are saying it is not true. They did it by themselves. That's why your life is the way it is. That is why your life will forever remain the way it is. That's why you don't have a job. Just have time to do CV and look for job online. You will not have time to do CV and look for job online, but you will sit there and you will complain. You have your land. You will not even farm. But then you complain of hunger. You blame everything on the president. Some of you are your own problems. You are your own bigger problems. And some of you deserve whatever is happening to you. Until you wake up and then you change your mindset, it will forever be the way it is. Ignorance. Let's go to the next person.
Okay, thank you. Can I talk? It's open panel, right?
It's an open panel. Don't wait for us. Just go ahead.
you.
But please be mindful of the time.
Sure, I will. I want to talk about 2 incidents that have happened in Africa that were not meant for that country, but they were a statement to other African countries. The issue of Libya and Muammar Gaddafi. It was a clear statement that whosoever tries to talk about uniting Africans under one currency and backed by the currency backed by gold. Whoever tries that, he will go through the same way Muammar Gaddafi went. It was a statement not just for Libya. That was an African statement. It was sent across Africa, north, east, south, and west. That was a statement for, and since then, I don't think any other leader has ever said that, has ever brought that idea even to the African Union. Statement that was the sanctioning of Zimbabwe when they started appropriating land.
It wasn't meant for Zimbabweans. That was meant for especially that statement was specifically for South Africa. That you see, if you go the route of Zimbabwe and say you want to appropriate land and chase away these WT people, we will cripple your economy. We will make sure that you don't have seeds to plant. You have nothing. You don't even have a currency. Where they did it, South Africans have always bought the fear, and that is why even to date, the common South African who is in the middle class, that comfortable South African who has a job, who goes to work today and comes home back in the evening, switches on the TV, watches the news, goes to work the following day. The kids are at school, they are comfortable. They don't want anything that is destabilizing their peace or their status as far as they are concerned. They are not bothered by anything else. Those are the people who don't vote. Those are the people who don't take sides when it comes to politics. Those are the people who prefer to be quiet, even when such an important matter happens, that they need to voice to air their views and condemn these actions of their own being unalived in the streets. They prefer to be quiet. So the issue of Zimbabwe is what is happening right now in South Africa. If you look very keenly, when they started this issue of land appropriation, that is when United States started creating this propaganda and misinformation of genocide happening in South Africa. That is how they start. They will start smearing that country, and they have already started. And South Africans have already gone back to their corner. They will not say a word. Why? Because the reminder is very clear. If you look at Zimbabwe, it is a good example of what they think will happen to South Africa. But I'm asking my fellow South Africans, what do you think should happen in South Africa? Because those people are already saying that they are going to make their own Israel in South Africa. Where is the range? These people, they are already saying that they need to be armed. What is the... Because we are going to go back to the same war that was there before. The war that was won. But a few people made agreements in favor of one that was minority, and then the majority were left out. The land was not given to South Africans. It was given to the WT minority, who think that they feed South Africans. But I know for a fact, the job, the farm work, these people are just managing the farms. So the approach could be very tricky. But then what could happen right now? South Africa, you have to take back the power. As we are saying as Africans, it is time for us to take back the power. We will help you, South Africans, if you show us that you're willing to take back the power. We will scream our hearts out and we will support you. So please start taking actions. I'm not saying that you go ballistic on these people. No, be strategic. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Akasa?
Good evening once again. You know, this thing I just saw, my heart just melted. See, I'm a mother, and we all know the pain of having children. Like, this is a matter that South African guy that was trying to say the family is grieving, and I don't know this mentality, and we are looking forward to Africa uniting, and I don't know then what we are going to fight, because these are some of the things that are making us, mad and trying to get our freedom and all that. And I say again, I'm in Finland, and even in Ghana, we go to hunt for bush animals and all that. If you are driving in Finland and even an animal has been knocked down, you don't have the right to pick it. You can't pick it. You don't have the right to kill an animal, and you don't have the right to pick, even taking that dead animal to go and eat. You can be deported. So how on earth can someone kill 3 children? And
Please, hold on. You cannot use the K word. We keep repeating
oh,
this. Please be
sorry.
mindful.
I'm
Please
sorry.
be
I'm sorry.
mindful. Please stop giving excuses. No K word, everybody. It hurts the life
All
only.
my life, sorry.
F1, everyone. F1 in the comments. Yeah, proceed.
Yes. And like, if this is happening, then I think there is no need for us to even have this conversation at the first place, because we all need to do something in our respective countries. But if we are giving excuses, look at the excuse he was giving. I wasn't even getting what he was saying. But if we all have excuse to some of the things that are being done in our eyes, then how ready are we? Because the freedom we are fighting for is not going to come to.
Please, guys, we have open mic, so someone should come. You could come up from your mic and say something. Dr. Real Man or D Real Man, Halima.
You see someone in the comment section saying, "You Africans are too docile." Can you come up on the screen? Can you come up? Energy expert, come and speak to us. It looks like she has a call, so the room is open. Guys, don't let me start talking before you want to talk. The room is open. Halima or Lubka, you guys can add up.
You know what, host? You know, when you've been so much under oppression, I'm thinking about the situation in the US and the police unaliving the African men in the US. That's exactly what is happening in South Africa. You know? Just put up a post about you and your wife. In South Africa right now, there is crisis. As we were, when this news dropped, South Africa is going through whereby a journalist was unalived. A journalist who once covered a story. There's femicide in South Africa. I don't know whether people are aware. Women are being unalived in numbers by their partners, and the majority of men in South Africa are not ready to have this conversation. I think the host is aware. There will be time when when it was bad, when we started on this TikTok and we made it clear that Africa will unite and we won't allow any divisions among Africans. I believe we're the first people when it wasn't fashionable to do so. We were here with ABOTM and we were being lambasted left, right, and center. I would come to these lives and say, instead of running after your brothers, how different are you? Because the amount of grape as a capital of grape in South Africa, the way femicide is so rife in South Africa. When are we going to have these conversations as a country? Why are we focusing on an issue? Because we even said, as much as powder is an issue in South Africa, but what is actually happening in large numbers right now in South Africa is femicide and the unaliving of our children. So I just feel that mostly you do get few men like about Doriel and Moabi, very few men who will come and be strong enough to come and be critical of such. But most men in South Africa are not ready to talk about this, and we're struggling with it. So when these headlines, in fact, it was never headlines because in the mainstream media, I didn't see this being spoken about. As I am saying to you, I even thought that it wasn't real news. And as when this dropped, we are actually still puzzled in South Africa. When there's a woman who's been unalived, a woman who went out, and for whatever reason, the way these things are so rife, the femicide, she sensed it and she asked her friends that if at all she doesn't call back in an hour's time, please follow this lead, send my location and all. And that woman was actually found, was unalived, and was dumped in the streets of the northern suburbs in South Africa. So we're still, as women in South Africa, we're paralyzed. We speak host because we want change. There's no way that there's no time to comprehend everything that is happening in South Africa. But in South Africa, it is so bad. It is so bad as women in South Africa. I remember at some point when these Tutula people would shout against other African brothers and sisters. We used to say it that you want to have us alone so that you unalive us, because it seems as if that's what has been going on. And it's so sad that it's not people from anywhere who are doing this. It's our brothers and sisters in South Africa. So right now, everybody is paralyzed. Everybody's, especially women. Remember, people who will take up these issues is women. But the state that we have right now, we are mentally drained, because what we know for sure in South Africa, you'll be unalive. Chances are I won't be, my passing won't come from me and natural causes. Chances are I will be unalived by one of my brothers one day, simply going to the mall, and I will never come back. Or it can happen to any girl child or a woman in my family. It is going to be very rare. The rate the femicide is happening in South Africa, and our men are not prepared to have this conversation. They will, it is so sad. You can even read under, if at all there's this femicide, look at the comments. You get paralyzed, you become hopeless. That South Africa, because usually it's men who protect their women, but you can tell that I don't know what happened in South Africa. I do not know what happened in South Africa. I do not know what happened to our men in South Africa, but you will even read, and they'll be trying to justify it, that first question will be, is it a foreigner? They are so detached. They are so detached, and it boils back to the fact that South Africans, they think they are better they are better Africans. They think they are so pure, and I honestly do not understand where do they. But again, if you know the apartheid history, they associate the presence of whites in their country to be a good status. That's how they rate. Most of these people who will come here and say our South Africa, they associate the number of whites in South Africa as a good status, because everything that it's there, they are mentally changed. They still think that the presence of whites means that your country is good. Don't understand some of them now, they've crossed and then they've seen the fact that people are running after currency. It will always happen that there will be movement of people because people are after currency, which is why we're saying there must be one Africa in order for us to use the same currency so that people in Zimbabwe, they don't have to cross the border to come and buy bread for 15 rands instead. So yeah, it is draining, host. It is draining. In South Africa, I don't know what's going on, but things are not okay at all.
Lumka, do you mind if I ask you a question? Yeah, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead, ma'am.
I hope not. Thank you. So, every time there's an issue, of, I'll talk in regards to during your election, the time of your campaigns in South Africa. Somebody said that if Malema is elected into leadership and becomes the president, the market is going to crash, and that is what they don't want. And then I saw another person saying when they started now this land appropriation, they said that you want us to go the Zimbabwean way. You want us to be sanctioned. Can you tell me if you have had this discussion or had these people in your own country scared and fearful of being sanctioned and of the markets crashing and the economy of South Africa?
Mute yourself or I'll take you down. You keep unmuting yourself. I mute you and you mute.
The scare from the way that Zimbabwe was sanctioned and they lost a lot of their economy went down to negative, I think negative 90 or something like that. Is that what is keeping South Africans mute on the current status of the WT people, the appropriation bill, and electing Malema into parliament? Do you think that's the reason? And also this issue of G-side accusation. Why are they not actually addressing this issue? Because if you look right now, there are bigger wars that are happening across the world. We have a lot of people who have been unalived in Sudan, a lot of people who have been unalived in Congo, a lot of people who have been unalived in Russia and Ukraine, a lot of people who have been actually unarrived and people don't talk about it very much in Cameroon, the English side, and a lot of people who have been unalived, ten thousands of people in Palestine. So when we see a G side, we can tell this is one. When you see, actually, on a daily basis, the people who are unalived in United States of America, there are more than the people. There are 3 times or 4 times or 5 times the people who are unarrived in South Africa combined, except the places that are war zones. Like there are 3 times or 2 times those people who are unalived on petty crimes in the streets and all that. There are so many of them, but we have never said, especially for Black people in the US, we have never said that that is a G side of the Black people. You understand? But crimes in South Africa, they cut across. They are not black and white crimes. No.
Wajibo, is that a question or that's a...
Yeah, a mixed. Okay, so I'm just gonna ask you about now the status of the. Why are people mute? Is it because they are afraid going the same route that Zimbabwe went and they were sanctioned and they are fearing that the economy will go down and that's how they are going to lose their livelihood? Or what do you think is happening? Are you people having that discussion at home with other people?
Or is the scare of the apartheid
Your
that this
question
will start a war
is, why
again?
are people not revolting? Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Mhm.
Remember, in South Africa, there's democracy, right?
There's democracy everywhere in Africa, but it's not actually democracy.
Please allow her to answer your question, please. Go ahead, Lumka.
So I was saying, remember, there's democracy, and I agree with you. It's all over, right? So in South Africa, we've got, remember, in South Africa, it's still white. And the means of production are still in the white people. And those people, they stay here in Cape Town. And the very same people, if you've noticed who was present in that Oval Office, those are the people who are running South Africa in South Africa, right? So South Africans have been sold a lie. Let me tell you, I don't know whether you're aware, when last year South Africans were voting, the children of the open hammers, right? And they bought, even Rupert himself. If you know about the Dudula is sponsored by Rupert. So they are using money to fragment the vote, the black vote. Remember, as much as we would like to revolt, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, because some people in South Africa, they are content with the grant money that they get. They stay in squalor, but still they are minding their own business. And it's only now that, in my view, that South Africans, because things are bad in South Africa, that is why they will always that is why they will always think that, come against other African brothers and sisters who come to South Africa. It is time now. They will finally understand when you have to leave your country and go and seek greener pastures. Because truth be told, South Africans, not in large numbers, they will not do these farm working jobs. They don't want those jobs. And it's a fact. Yes, they will come here and try to distort the truth. Each and every country, there are jobs that they leave to the people who are not from that country. Because being from that country, you are expected to take certain types of jobs. So, as South Africans, we are divided, and we are intentionally divided. We were shocked to learn that, so many parties that were sponsored by the capitalists, and it, as bad as it looked, no one said anything, because apparently that's how democracy functions. That's when we realize, and remember, we're not going to get there, all of us, but that's where many South Africans realized that democracy was actually a scam. Because if at all, remember what the Constitution says, in order to change laws, you need a 2/3 majority. How are we going to achieve that if, as Black people, some people are being given money just to distract this goal that we have to organize ourselves and be one, so that we can have power to change whatever is not right for us in the Constitution? So I honestly think that there will be time whereby there will be an unled revolution. That one is inevitable. It's coming. It's just that until South Africans are ready to do it, honestly, it does. We are trying as the EFF. We are trying as the EFF to wake our people up. But the media, the damage that has been caused to Malema. I mean, if a president like Donald Trump can go globally and spread lies. So how much more? You know, this is the president of the US who's deeply involved into making sure that the name of Julius Malema is dragged. So can you imagine each and every major media platform is about making sure that Malema must never, never lead. But it's too late. It's too late because right on the ground, you know, the universities we've taken in South Africa as the EFF. So at some point it will happen. There's even a belief that in the last elections, there was some rigging that unfortunately it was going to be difficult to prove, right? But there will come a time whereby even if they want to rig, they won't be able to. They will try to destroy, but the next ballot paper, it will be the EFF. But South Africans, they have to get to that level. I don't think they are there yet.
Or if you're waiting for a time to come, a time like this to come where this thing, everybody will, South Africans will wake up and realize what is going on in their life, then all your youth and your future generation will be unalive and be considered as animals.
Well, what do you expect us to do? Because we're standing here and we are making sure there is youth that we are gaining momentum. There are youth, since we've been on this platform, so many youth have changed. I'm seeing change because I know how things used to be when we started here. I know how
Yep.
things used to be
Yep. 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 Mm-hmm.
when we started. So I know that we are getting there. We're achieving. We are achieving. You know, we are achieving. And until South Africans stand up, and believe me, our people are hearing us. They are hearing us. I'm talking about the most people who were rebellious, who saw white people. They now know, especially. That is why I am saying AfriForum, they thought they were being smart. But what the brilliant thing that they did was to make sure that Malema was seen to be who he is. He's a feared man. And the minute they fear him, there's a reason why they fear Malema so much. Everything that is happening in Burkina Faso is in the manifesto of the EFF. Everything that Traore is implementing, I sometimes cry alone because exactly what is happening in Burkina Faso, that would have been us. But you see, that is why they did whatever it took. They used to speak here that they will do whatever it takes to make sure that Malema doesn't get into to that union building. But you know what? There will be a time whereby they will try to rig, but no rigging will help them. The time is coming. EFF has an appointment with the future.
Me, what I want to hear is that Malema came to power and all these Afrikaners has been sent to Trump. They should leave the land. I don't really understand why they were there. I don't know.
Has an appointment with the future.
And all these Africans, I don't really understand. Deal, you guys strike with these people because they should have been gone. They should.
What you need to understand, I don't know whether you know South Africa before independence. What you need to understand, these people were killing machines. Sorry, Ghost, were unaliving machines. They would unalive you for singing Nkosi Sikeleli Africa, the song.
That was before independence. What about after?
That was before 1994, yes.
After the independence.
So what I'm trying to say to you, if you can listen to me, is that our predecessors, they had to get to a compromise. Otherwise, nothing would have happened in South Africa. I'm talking about the cruel, the worst form of white people that we received in this part of Africa. What you people, I'm not sure whether you understand, my African brothers and sisters, The people who were in that dromedaries, that ship that came from wherever the hell it came from, those were the worst. I'm talking about criminals. The people who were put into a boat and it was just pushed for the boat to sail away wherever. These are people who were outcasts in Europe, people who were not wanted, who actually came and reproduced in this country. So we're dealing with the worst form of people in South Africa. Those people were unalive in machine. People like Mandela, the people who fought
Can I ask you a
apartheid.
question? Can I ask you a question, Umka?
Please
The
mute
people who
yourself. She's
fought
answering.
apartheid, the people who fought apartheid, I will never see them as traitors because they needed to move from point A to B. I'm talking, Thabo Mbeki's child has even disappeared, even though he doesn't know where his child is because those people they will unalive you. They will unalive on the TRC. They used to state how they used to unalive people and make a braai and feed people to the crocodiles. We were dealing with the worst form of Afrikaners. So we had to get somewhere. We had to get somewhere. Of course, they negotiated. They had to negotiate in order for us to get somewhere. And bear in mind, the very same thing that is happening now, there were sellouts. There were sellouts because you've seen with Abraham Traore as well. Sellouts will always be there. You are not only fighting against the system, you are fighting against your people as well. So it is not
Okay.
just easy like
Uh,
that.
okay. Thank you, Ma'am Limka. Global, you want to ask a question, but Agitech, your background is very noisy, so please be mindful. I think we have new panelists, so ask your question. Let it be a question, please, and let's move on. Tech.
On the 28th of May, I think the South African Assembly had an election. I don't know whether this assembly or I think the EFF, something like that. I want to know the outcome of that election from Lumka.
Well, the ruling party that has been ruling for 30 years, the party of Mandela, of which it has changed drastically from its predecessors. It has been what prevails now, it's greed, selfishness, corruption, and everything else that comes with being a ruling party. It was dented because people realized that there was no hope. So it was taken from almost 2/3 majority to 40%. But the shock that has also happened was to see our Black people voting for a white party called DA. DA that has no interest whatsoever to the interest of Black people. But you see, as someone has mentioned here, that there are so-called clever blacks who don't want to be touched, who, as long as they are okay, they can take their children to private schools, they don't want to associate with whatever the atrocities that other people are going through. So the party was voted into, and right now the EFF got 9%, and yeah, then there were smaller parties. So what had since happened, since there was no outright majority win, the parties, they had to come together. So the ANC decided to rule with their oppressors, and formed a government of national unity. And some few smaller parties joined in. So that's where we are in South Africa. So the EFF remains being an opposition party. And immediately before, elections were going to be in May, 16th of December. I don't know whether you know President Zuma. President Zuma was an ANC who was once a president in this country, decided to formulate a party called Mkhonto Wesizwe Party. And, they claim to be aligned with the EFF, but these are people who, instead voting for the EFF, decided to join a new party that had been formed. So it also gained momentum and it won. It had major votes than the EFF. So I want to believe some votes that would have been to the EFF were swallowed by that party. But the party is as useless as it comes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lumka. Halima, were you able to complete what you were saying? Halima, too?
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much. We have
Were
a
you able
bad.
to complete?
No,
Yes, I
still
can.
didn't.
Yeah, we have a
Okay.
very bad weather here today. It's like we are struggling with the network because of the rain. But I will still continue to support. I've been listening keenly to all the speakers, and then which I think the topic purely today is like what's exactly happened in South Africa. We all know the history about South Africa. This is not the first time our Black brothers are struggling, and in South Africa, even the time of Mandela, and up till now, we were expecting our brothers to be endure and really know that enough is enough and support our brother Malema to change the situation in South Africa. But like what my sister was saying, that's just a gradual process. I almost sent a whole lot of texts and then commenting on when she was giving her submission. It's a gradual process. We are following up and we are seeing exactly how the young generation, which I believe they are supposed to change South Africa, they are now coming on board. If the university and the youth institutions are now coming on board to ensure that they give their support to Malema, I think, honestly, I can assure you that, and this will honestly happen one day, and that change will happen. We see like what is happening is in Burkina Faso. That is the intention of our brother in South Africa. And then our brothers, the Black just need to just give their full support. And then some of us have to give our life sacrifice for others to better. Because this honestly is how it's going to happen. Until people become the frontliner, until people started to give up, say, no, enough of this, enough of this. Imagine when I look at the post, what happened? If really, really, it's heart-rending for our Black brothers and sisters in South Africa. They are the one doing the agriculture. They are the one working in the factories. They are the one working in the school. All those odd jobs our Black brothers are doing. But these are managed by the whites, which is not supposed to be like that. Look at the immediate effect change our brother did in South Africa, in Burkina Faso, which I believe every other African country can do the same. And that also depends if we are willing to give their support. Sometimes I bleed my heart when I see our brother in the parliament, Malema, giving speech. You see the speech is coming from the bottom of his heart. You see that he really wants to give the effort to South Africans. Yes, we all followed the election that happened. And I can show you it was not a clean election. The election was not pure. But it will reach a period, when you want to change 9 to 10, probably it might be easy. But if you want to change 10 to 6, it has to take a whole lot of time. Because people will see the clear, this is not correct. It will reach a point that there is no way they can change the election in South Africa. Let's just continue to support our brothers. Let's just continue to endure South Africans. It's not limited to South Africa. The same thing is happening in every other African country. Probably it might be in a different way. It might not be the same way as it is happening in South Africa. But there are a whole lot of bad governance. There are a whole lot of things that is happening that is not correct. But if we go back to the history of South Africa, even our Black brothers are the one killing their own Black brothers. They have been used by the white people. I can tell you we are strong. Our cultures, The way we are.
Please, don't use the K word. Please,
So thank
on
you.
a
Yeah,
live.
sorry.
F1
Yeah.
in the comments, everyone.
Thank you very much for reminding me. We know exactly how our brothers have been used against our brothers. If we all stand to one mind and say, no, enough of this. Let's look at the population in South Africa's. Let's look at the one which are the strengths. But I can show you the time will reach. I 100% believe what you said, my sister. It will reach a time that what is happening will be clear on the table. It will lay on the table that there is no way you can manipulate election in South Africa. And we wish you all the best. And we pray and we give our support. We are willing to give the support to South Africa in different way that we can. Thank you very much. I will continue to say, sorry, I'm not well, but I will continue to listen to the submission. Thank you very much, my brother.
Welcome.
The next in line will be Jaduma. Jaduma, please come off your mic and introduce yourself and introduce yourself and put in your submission, please. Jaduma.
Hey, okay, greetings. I've been listening for a while now. I'm actually from Gambia, but I've lived on the east coast of the US for a while now, 30 something years. This is actually, I think, in many ways, this is the best of times and this is the worst of times. And what I mean is the symbol that Ibrahim Traore represents is very, really, really endearing for some of us who have been, talking or writing about this since our student days. When I was in high school, this was in the 80s. Then there was Moja, which is Movement of Justice in Africa. We were activists, student activists, and we were calling for African unity. And in hindsight, it looks kind of silly because we were talking, like I'm from Gambia, and the president is in so many ways really a very flaky British puppet. I mean, he wouldn't do anything that makes the imperialists, the Westerners, uncomfortable. He never said anything that would make them uncomfortable. I mean, he wasn't like a sellout like we had in Senegal, Senghor in Senegal or Houphouët Boigny in Ivory Coast. But he wasn't a radical either. So he never wanted to ruffle their feathers at all. But this young brother in Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, by the way, he was born the same year that I graduated from the sixth form. When I did my A levels, when I was done with my A levels, when this boy was born. So when I watch him closely. I follow his news every day, and it really, really gives me a lot of hope that my 3 kids would grow up in a world where African people will finally have their own space, breathing space, where we move from flag independence, which is what we have now. What we have now is just flag independence. That's all it is. There's not a single African country or government that is truly independent in this sense of the word. If young Africans of his generation, those under 40 years old, if they can keep up this trend and coalesce, first of all, we have to stop ignoring these stupid arbitrary borders that the colonialists basically imposed on us in 1884, 1885. Okay, none of our people were consulted by the 8 European tribes who gave us these borders. They came and chopped up our continent into 35 different pieces. It was just ridiculous. Only Ethiopia and Liberia that they left alone, but everywhere else they cut it out. Without our input, without asking us what we think or what our cultures are, what our traditions are, which is crazy. Like, I'm from Gambia. But Ibrahim Traore is my ethnic group. He's same ethnic group. He's same, like, ironically, Alassane Ouattara also is is part of our ethnic group. So we are Mande people. They call us Mende. They call us Jula. They call us Seneke. They call us Mandingo. They call us Malinke. Marka. Marakang, it's so many different names, but it's the same thing. Is we are, part of Sunjata Keita's empire, which basically is anywhere from the Niger River to the Atlantic. At one point or another, between 1240, when the Mali was officially declared as an empire, until the 1650s, when the colonialists started taking over West Africa. Basically, it was the largest entity that we had in that part of the continent. But what is remarkable, which really I find very, very pleasant, is that we seem to be approaching a consensus about a unitary African government. Now, what shape it would take? It would take a while. This is not automatic. It will not happen in 1 year or even 1 decade. But over the next 2-3 decades, I think young Africans will finally ignore some of us who are 60s now, who actually are 60 years old or above, and they would do what's needed. Colleagues in the African leadership never really went with him at all. The only two people who agreed with Dr. Nkrumah were African leadership. Nkrumah were Secretary of Guinea Conakry and Modibo Keïta of Mali. Again, these are my folks. We are many people. We are warrior people, descendants of Sunjata and Tramakan Traore. People talk about Ibrahim Traore. Ibrahim Traore
Please try to
is
land. Please try to land.
yeah. So basically, that's the only two leaders agreed with Dr. Nkrumah about forming a unitary government in 1963. It was Sékou Touré and Modibo Keïta of Mali. And that's it. So I will stop here and I'll let somebody else go on. But it's good to listen and to listen to young voices from across the continent, and hopefully this is a good signal that things are finally, we are getting it, realizing that we cannot go on the way we are because we basically are slaves in our own continent. It's not just South Africa. It's in Nigeria. It's in a bigger problem than South Africa in so many ways. And I'll stop here. All right. I'll listen. Thank you all. Okay. Bye-bye.
Wow, that was beautiful. That was beautiful, Chaduma. Host, I'm not sure whether you are here.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was listening. Yeah. Okay. I think Healing Queen, you are next to speak. Science, can you mute yourself? Healing Queen, please go ahead, introduce yourself and give your take. Science, mute yourself, please.
Oh, hello, I'm Healing Queen Mamoyo. I hail from Zimbabwe. Anyway, yeah, Ibrahim Traore said the other day that we need, I mean, he was talking about like religion and how to decolonize it, which I was very happy about because him being a Muslim, he was talking about both religions, Muslim and Christianity, and that, both these religions have to
Healing, can you speak up a little bit?
yeah. So he was talking about religion and how to decolonize it. Like he was talking about the Bible having been brought in, and he also mentioned the Quran, and that we were African first. So if we're talking about unity as a continent, I think he's given us the roadmap. I think at some point he said it's going to be difficult, this unity that we want, but we can start off with like security, like talking, being together about security, which affects us all, about technology, and obviously, if oil has been found in Namibia, the Namibian lady is saying, it's for the continent, and regionally it will benefit Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia and Mozambique, whatever. So it's a start. It's a start. But always the traitors are holding us back. Ibrahim Traore has had problems, internal problems with even some of the elites trying to unalive him. They were working with the West and all that and that. So that is a clear example. When I look at the Kenyan kids and how they went out on the streets last year, it broke my heart. If those kids had had an army behind them, they would have freed Kenya by now. So, and when I look at Malema, and it's the same thing. If he was a soldier, he could probably arrange with others in his units or whatever to take over, because those white people over there, they are so entrenched and they are so belligerent now. They are disrespectful, the way they were behaving throughout that election thing when they were negotiating with the ANC. I watched for days and was hoping that obviously ANC will go with their brother, right? EFF. And yeah, to my shock and horror, but not too shocking, because I know how these white people operate. They buy everything with money. Money is their god. So I'm just hoping that as their dollar falls, maybe to some extent it might free us as well from the puppets. Because if they can't get money from these people, then what would they be doing it for? You know, what would they be selling us out for? So this is what but I think that spiritually something is gonna happen, and we will all be shocked at that spiritual occurrence that is going to just free us all. Really, something is gonna happen, because something is gonna give. These people are so belligerent now and rude and nasty. It's almost like, don't you see what the time is? But no, they are so low vibrational. They live in their evil selves, but they're also destroying themselves. If you look at them now, especially the ones abroad in America and Europe, I was watching something last night. The homelessness, the despair over there. There's still money from Africa, but they're not really developing their countries either. Their people are not seeing much joy. The money is being used for wars and you name it. So, but something spiritual is coming. I don't know if it is coming, because it's too much. They are doing too much at the moment. And yeah, that's all I've got to say. Thank you, host.
Thank you for your submission. Um, who is the? Oh, I don't have anybody. Okay, I guess there's gonna be an open panel because I don't have nobody here. IG Tech.
Who's playing music? Anything to say? I just want to ask them let's go to the next one.
Uh,
So
oh, no, I wanted to talk to Lumka. Lumka, we understand your situation as South Africans. We really understand, and I think as far as the apartheid is concerned, in 1994, most of the council they know they experienced this horror. Happened in their lifetime. When we Kenyans and other countries were fighting for our independence, we were not born. But I want to say that we reiterate and we want to stand with South Africans. We understand where you're coming from, and because the wounds are still open, and but we would like to see more coming from the people, and I know that just a few people here and there they want to see a change in South Africa. We will support you. We will support you, your brothers and sisters, and we will support you. And also, healing touched and few people support you. You know, we will support you, you're our brothers and sisters, and we were so close. We were so close to change, to shift the political status of Kenya, and something happened that sudden that changed the trajectory of the protest, and that's how we could not move on. And the brutal force that was used by the ruling regime. The people could not just let their kids go back to the streets and go and come back in body bags. No. Either way, we have an election that's coming in 2027. I know we had made some milestones, but now we are now starting to regroup in tribal cocoons, and it's annoying, and but I hope by the time we get to the elections, we'll have found a better option for Kenya before we probably we change with this democracy that we still have that is not working. We can work out with it, because currently in Kenya right now, both the military, the National Assembly, the judiciary, they are all bought by the executive. Nothing is moving in Kenya. Even the seal, the national seal of the government that crosses deals with our other countries and all that, it's already been taken to the chief of staff. Right now, we are on a downward trajectory, and we are hoping it's not just South Africa that has problems. Actually, Kenya, we have our own problems. Uganda, they have their own problems, and each and every country in Africa right now, they have their own problem. The other issue is that the issue, and we should look out for, is the issue of Cameroon. Since 2016, these people have been having a civil war between the English part of Cameroon and the French part of Cameroon. It started just like this, and like small things. I don't know, teachers strike. That's how it started. But now, the people who thought they were liberating the English side of Cameroon, they have already started tormenting their own people. So it's such a sad situation in Cameroon, and people have not been voicing out that part of the situation in Cameroon. The other day I saw the opposition leader in France. He pulled masses of people in Cameroon. And there's one thing that you need to observe. The elections is coming in October for Cameroon. And Paul Biya, a man who is 93 or 94 years old right now, is still vying for that presidency. And he has not even said that he's going to vie. 4 months to the
Imagine.
elections.
Just
He has not
imagine.
even declared his presidency. That the man, if he stands, he will win 90%. That is why when Lumka said that South Africa, they think there were rumors that election was diverted. I am sure that this is what is happening. You see people, you see like Rwanda, like the entire country votes for one person. You see like in Cameroon, for 43 years with the same old man. Some kids who were born in 1984, 1983, 84 there. They were born when Paul Biya was ruling. Right now they are 40, like right now they are 43, while that man is still ruling. So you understand the grave situation we have as far as leadership in Africa is concerned. We need to change this population that's leading right now. If you look at Tinubu of Nigeria, if you look at Ruto in Kenya, they're supposed to be watching news and putting firewood to warm themselves in their homes, watching news of young people taking over
Hold on, my
Africa.
sister. Hold on.
Yes.
If they are supposed to retire
Mhm.
and the people keep voting for them, how would they retire? If they are
You see,
supposed to retire,
the-
hold on.
yes,
Don't tell
yes,
me your
yes.
votes don't count. If
No,
they
no,
are
no. I
supposed to
will. No, I
retire,
said my vote. My
okay,
vote counts. We are retiring them by
okay, let
fire,
me
by
finish.
force.
Let me finish.
Thank you.
If they are supposed to be in the house and watch TV, How come that they've not been overthrown? How come we are not seeing the force? You see, let me tell you something.
But
I
we are
think South
starting.
Africa, Nigeria, my sister, please just give me this time. South Africa, Nigeria, and some other countries, Ivory Coast, it will come as a form of what you call attack, but that is how it's supposed to be. And especially, I want to talk about South Africa. I don't think South African women should come here and then try to defend. Please mute yourself. To come and defend on what? Can you mute yourself? No, first don't mute him. I want him to mute him, his own self. So it is going to come hard. It has to come hard in a way because we are holding the men accountable, and we need a woman to allow us to do this. We don't want any interference from any woman to come and want to give excuses to the men. We don't want that. You guys say men should hold men accountable. That is what we try to do. But anytime we, Josiah, can you mute? Okay, let me take you down. If you don't mute yourself, I will take you down. If we don't start holding people accountable, you cannot tell men to hold men accountable, and then when men are holding men accountable, women wants to come and speak for these men. I see this, and I'm not talking about you, Lunka. I see this happen with a lot of South African women. Anytime we are actually talking about what is happening in the country, you will see the women come and speak in the place of men. The men will not even come on the screen to speak. They will be in the comment section, and then they will be insulting. They will be saying kwere fusek and all those kind of stuff. That's what they will be writing in the comment section. Then you have the women who will come on the panel to defend and fight for these men. These men who are allowing for this femicide to happen in your country. They call themselves men, okay? But you allow femicide to keep happening. I was watching a video where a South African woman was actually putting a knife in her bag and say everyday life in South Africa, and this is not cool. And then you have some of you men come here on social media and behave like you are tough. You are tough, but you cannot even defend your own woman. And you are the same people putting your woman into this jeopardy. Okay? There's a lot of coward. There's a lot of coward people in South Africa and in Nigeria. You guys show your toughness when you come on social media. You just talk as if you have power, but you cannot even defend your country. You cannot defend your woman. You cannot defend your whatever is happening. You leave everything as it is, and then you are King Kong on social media. You watch your women being unalive, and some of you are the culprits of this unaliving. And then when we want to talk about, you guys need to allow us to talk about, especially these children who have lost their life. I don't think anybody should come here and defend South Africa. Oh, nah, appetite. Nah, no, 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 no. That's not going to happen. If you can do that, if when it happens to another African, and then you don't say, oh, because of appetite, they are recovering. For Africans, there's no appetite. You see, but when it comes to white people, listen, some of you are just pretenders and you are cowards and you are scared to bleed because you know very well what you are doing. Some of you are not even born during apartheid. You don't even know what it looks like. You want to give excuses because some of you are xenophobic to the extent that if it was an African, we will see the whole internet go down. Now that it is your master, you are scared to speak and you are quiet. And I don't want to hear any excuses as to, oh, because of apartheid. There's nothing like that. They are just a bunch of coward men, a bunch of coward men who are scared of the whitey. They say, yes, master, yes, master. That's what they want. You want to come here and speak like a man. No, 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 no. Protect your country. Protect your women in your country. Go on the street and protest and walk. Don't come here and speak English and tell me, my brother. Go and save your women. And I don't expect any woman to come here and come in the middle of this conversation. It is not going to happen. Some people will have to wake up with the force that some of us will bring on them. And this is what we are going to do. If you want to take it as insult, take it as insult because you're not a man enough. You can't do anything, not even in your country, to come and do it over on social media here. And a lot of you, I'm sorry, will catch it astray because this story should go viral and there shouldn't be any excuse in this story. These children shouldn't be no damn excuse. Women should talk about it. Men should talk about it. You are scared of your master. You want to say, yes, I'm master. You cannot, but you have all the vim and all the energy to go on Malema because you are scared of your white people, and then you call yourself men. I don't think there are enough men over there in South Africa and even in Nigeria. I don't think so. You guys just talk, speak big English, nothing. Start. You guys want to go to Burkina Faso. Some people are asking, how can I be a soldier in Burkina Faso? You are scared to bleed. You want to go to Burkina Faso? Why don't you bleed in your own country? Huh? All of a sudden, all of you want to go to Burkina Faso and go and fight. Whilst you have fight in your own country. You cannot fight in your own country. Join your own country military. Form watchdogs. Hate on the streets. Stop all this lie, whatever you guys come here to say. I see a bunch of coward people. I will end here for now.
Yeah, Ibrahim.
So, I would like to come in. TM, the problem that Africa will face, and I would say, the journey of the puppet children have come to pass, because if you look at our political culture, those who fought against their own black men were people that were calling for those things to happen so that the white men can use them against their own blacks. And I would say these things have emanated and have succeeded because yesterday I watched Malema, one of the interviews of Malema, and how he was explaining the right hand side man of Mandela was Cyril, which is Ramaphosa. You see, now when we come to Ghana, we had this Akufo-Addo family who also did their part, and in all Africa, this thing is happening. So the problem that we are facing, that people sometimes cannot come out to come and speak when it comes to certain issues. It is, as Patrick Lumumba put it, our political or our election has become an ethnic census. So people have adopted this mindset of these puppet children, because whatever you want, they will give you. And how much do they give them? It's just a penny, but people feel interested or hopeful for this money. So, and whenever you are also going there, based on tribe, people want to claim that since we are the majority, we're supposed to decide for this thing. So until you have a renewal of mindset.
Guy, there's a lot of air. Check your mic, please.
I'm outside. That is why the air here is heavy. That's why we should get for the
Can you use your hand to cover? Can you use your hand to cover?
Okay. So
or better still, position yourself before you speak, please. We cannot hear whatever you are saying.
All right. So what I'm saying is the political nature that you've created for ourselves. This is what is causing all these threats and this kind of frustration among the blacks.
IG, I beg you, please position yourself before you speak. Position yourself before, please. Anyone can come in here. When he positions himself, he can speak so we can hear clearly.
Can I just say one thing, brother?
Go ahead.
All right, listen. I listened. The sister 2 speakers ago was talking about Paul Biya and some of the Bolatino. They both have something in common. Listen, I don't know the age of most of the panel. Okay, I remember when Ahmed Arijo, who was the predecessor of Paul Biya, was in office. And you have to go back to understand Paul Biya. You have to go back to his beginning. How in the world did he become the president of Cameroon? Okay, Ahmed Arijo was there. What the French? It's all about the French. It is all about the French. This is back then. The president of France was Giscard d'Estaing, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. Okay, this is before François Mitterrand came along. Okay. They needed somebody because basically Cameroon is like a guardian, literally the guardian of France. Okay, they supplied the French all their fruits. Most of their fruits in Africa come from Cameroon. But Ajijo, who was Northerner, Muslim Northerner, was not actually, he started behaving in ways that made them uncomfortable. Okay, let's just put it that way. Okay, and what they did was they came up with this ridiculous idea. I don't know, some of you can research this for yourself, but they basically told this man, that he had a cancer which is inoperable, and that is a terminal cancer, and that he only had a very short time to live. Okay, that there was nothing they could do about it. It's so ridiculous. It's not even funny. Okay, just at that point they were already training Paul Biya, who's a lawyer. They were training him to take over. So, and this is basically how they pushed Ajijo out and put in Paul Biya, his prime minister. And this is how, since then, they want to keep him there because they don't trust anybody. They don't trust anybody else. They want complete control of the resources of Cameroon. This is what has been going on in Cameroon. So when it's true that our elections are not clean. That's true. All right. And also there's a lot of cowardice, like the brother just said. It's true. There's a lot of cowardice. And you're right. You point to South Africa and Nigeria. You're right. Just you can ask Kenya. Are willing to step up and do the needful. But Nigeria and South Africa are the biggest cowards on the continent, and they're the biggest loudmouths. I was so pissed. I actually got into an exchange with a lady on TikTok, a Nigerian lady who kept on talking about how South Africans are stupid and so on. And I said, listen, if you Nigerians are so damn smart, why do you have a crook like Bola Tinubu as your president? All you people do is imitating the Oyimbo all the time. That's all they've been doing since I was in high school. They had Murtala Mohammed, who was taken out in 1976. He was the only one that was different. All right, Buhari and Major Idiabon came, and they did some good things, but they only lasted 18 months. And they got rid of him and they put in Babangida, and since then, Nigeria has never been the same. But in any case, these two people, these Nigerians and the South Africans, are the biggest problem in Africa. If those two people can get their act together, a lot of things, 90% of Africa's problem will go away. I'm telling you, even the nonsense that we see in the DRC, if Nigeria and South Africa are standing up and they're doing what this young Traore is doing, all the guns will go down, will go quiet in the DRC. They are not stepping up. They are not doing anything. And like you're saying, Black South Africans, for whatever reason, it breaks my heart, but they're so mentally colonized. They remain so mentally colonized that they really don't even see that their enemies are right there in front of them. They see their enemies across the border in Zimbabwe and Nigeria and the Congo and in Mozambique. They will mention any of those people, and these people will go off, or they will go off on a rant, calling them all kinds of names. And yet the people who are unaliving them, who are enslaving them to this day, they give them a pass. They come with all kinds of excuses. Talking about how the cops, the cops are used. Who waits for the cops? If you want to take back a country, who would wait for the police to be on your side to take back a country? This is a disgrace. When you think about the people who have given up their lives, the dozens of Malangu people like that, Victor Peterson, those young people my age in 1976 who lost their lives for freedom, and you see what our folks in South Africa today are doing and saying, you cannot help but feel ashamed as an African. You really feel ashamed, and that's all I just wanted to add. Okay.
And all some of you do is just make excuses for them. When it comes to America, you make excuses with slavery. When it comes to South Africa, you make excuses with apartheid. When it comes to which other country, you keep making excuses and excuses and excuses. Even you, sir, as you are speaking, you are saying Ibrahim Traore is your what? Is your mate, or is your boy? Which one are you saying?
He's older
Which
than
one?
Ibrahim Traore. There's no way Ibrahim Traore could be his mate.
He's older than you are older than Ibrahim Traore. Can you share with us any activist movement or anything you did for your country during that time? Can you share with us anything you did?
You are not listening.
No, you. I mean you. What did you do? What did you and your group do?
Let me put it this way. I am 60 years old. All right. So that if that gives you perspective. But I said when I was coming out of high school, when I finished the sixth form, when I finished my A levels, that was when Ibrahim Traore was born. All right. The only thing we have in common is ethnicity. He's from Burkina Faso. I'm from Gambia. So, but what I'm saying, I'm not making an excuse for anybody. I thank God because I've lived in the US now for 35 years. I thank God, and I live in a metropolitan area where that
Wait.
gives me.
Well,
What
you
did you
thank
say?
God
You
that
live?
you live in the US.
Okay, hold on for me. I asked a question. You said you thank God that you live in the US for 35 years
Mhm.
and
And
you're
I
happy. And you're happy about it. Your
listen. Will you
continent is
just
bleeding. No. You wait. Your continent is bleeding and you have been in the US for the past 30 plus years and you are proud and you are thanking God. You see,
listen?
you are one of our problems.
Can you
You
just sit?
speaking. No. You speaking is the reason
Oh,
why
now
we are
you're a
here
fucking idiot.
suffering.
Listen, you're a fucking idiot. You're a
Okay,
fucking idiot.
okay.
We are
You
done.
see,
Go to hell.
you see
You're,
the language you are even using. You are the problem. Some of you call yourself leaders. You come here and talk as if you can advise. There's nothing you can advise. You live in the US for the past 30 plus years. You thank your God. That's why anytime you speak, you laugh. See, now you have to use, you said you are an elder, but look at the words that you are using. You're not ashamed of yourself. Coming here talking, get out of here. Nonsense. It's because of
Can
some
I
of you. That's why we are still here suffering over here.
can I speak?
If you guys, you just sit in the comment section and watch us. Just watch us and give us, don't come and tell us, and your boy, and you are older than him. You are older than him, and what did you do? You live in the US, but probably you were never going to go back to your country. And then you are there talking.
That's why he's
Let's
thanking God.
proceed.
I don't think he have any mindset of going back home. So he's thanking God he's in the US.
He's been there for 30 plus years, all his life, and he thank God for that. And then
Can
he
I
say,
speak
respect your
now?
elders. Those
Can
those kind of
I-
madam, hold on.
okay.
Those kind of respect your elders is over. If you are an elder and you don't have sense, we will address you as such. You can proceed.
Off your mic, introduce yourself, and put in your submissions. While you're doing that, please watch the timer. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I'm from America. And I really, really liked what your host was saying. Everything he said was the truth.
Where are you from?
America. Oh, what
What
state are you
are you,
asking?
Black American?
I am. I'm
Okay.
at, and the thing is, I'm from Los Angeles, California. And the thing is, look at one of your people saying he's been here in America and he's proud of it. He should have went home. He should have went home to help his people. I think what you said earlier, and that's when I came in, if you would say that again to your people, oh my gosh, it gave me cold chills. This is the strong part. You got to have strong leaders. You can't run from your country and come to America and have a joy life, knowing that your people are I don't know the word to say unaliving or being unalive. How dare you speak from this position?
Greetings, everyone.
Thank you.
Hold on. Pam, can you share your ancestry with us?
I am Cherokee Indian from California. My grandfather was Cherokee and he lived on the reservation in Oklahoma. My father is Cherokee, and as we looked at the paperwork from my father, it went down and then it said mulatto. So then we had to start researching the information about mulatto. So there was a mixture in the blood um, from my grandfather to my father. So I think
your mother?
there's what?
What about your mother's side?
My mother is Blackfoot.
So how do you identify us?
As Cherokee. My father told me to identify myself as Cherokee. So all my medical records and everything is under Cherokee.
Okay, so are you black or white?
I'm black. Can you see my picture?
Oh, that is you.
That's me.
So let me ask you: do you think black people were first in the Americas before anyone else?
No, I don't think it. No, no. My grandfather told us sometimes we would just sit down on the floor and we called him Good Daddy. Good, Good, and he would tell us that the Indians were there first and the oppressors came and took the land. And when they took the land, they took the people and put them on reservations. So now, as years have gone by, Granddaddy was 108 when he passed on, and they gave some of the land back to the people, and they opened it up for casinos. So we know that the land is there, but the oppressor is still denying them the land. I hope I explained that well.
Well, thank you, Pam. Yes, you did explain that well. And you identify as a black Cherokee, or you just identify as a Cherokee?
Well, since I've been on the TikTok, it's so confusing because I identified before I came on the platforms as a Cherokee American. Uh-huh.
Hold on. I was speaking on mute. You guys didn't hear me?
Oh, you want me to go on
Oh
mute?
yeah. No. I was speaking on mute. No, I was still asking you questions.
Oh, I
Okay, no
didn't.
problem. So let me ask you, which Cherokee nation are you affiliated with?
Okay, let me spell it for you. Hold on.
No, I know the spelling. I'm asking you which. Just tell me
Kita.
which Cherokee nation.
I think it's called, the tribal name is Kitawa. K
I'm
E.
not asking.
Oh,
No. I'm
oh,
not asking you for a tribal name. I'm asking you
yes.
for a Cherokee nation that you are affiliated with. You know there are three federally recognized Cherokee.
Oh, are you
What you call it?
asking? Oh, you're asking me about Freeman. Is that what you're asking me?
You don't know what a Cherokee nation is?
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm 71 years old, and some of this stuff is
Okay,
good
okay.
for
So
me, and
okay,
some is not.
okay, okay. So are you enrolled, or is your family on the Dow's roll or Baker roll? Which one are you enrolled on?
One of the papers that my children are enrolled on. When they went to college, they had to enroll, and I would have to ask them, "Do you want me to call them and then call you back?"
No, I mean you because you said you were a Cherokee. So I want to know which one are you enrolled on?
Um,
He does. I don't think she knows. She's 7.
Hold
Freedom.
on,
I
Fosty,
don't know.
don't do this. Hold on.
I
You
don't
don't think he
know.
knows?
I
He
can't. I
has
can't.
knows her identity. She knows.
I can't think of it right now. I really can't.
You know very well that there are historical census records that is used to verify Cherokee ancestry. Are you aware of that?
Uh, yes.
So that is what I'm actually asking you. Which one are you enrolled on? Because you said you are Cherokee. So are you enrolled on Dawes Row or Baker Row?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know. The kids, my children would know. My children would know.
Okay. So do you know what clan your family is from? Your family. Do you know what clan they are from?
The clan, is that the same as the tribe?
No, it's different.
Or is that where they live?
The client is 7. So which part of the 7? Which client are you from?
Oh, they say one of the three. One between 1 and 3.
No, the nations are 3. but the
Okay.
client is 7.
Well, I got 3 from somewhere.
Okay, firstly, please don't interrupt me. Pam, so you are not able to answer every question that I'm asking you. I'm surprised, but then I'm trying to learn from you and trying to learn from who you are. So then, okay, what language does your family speak at home? Can you tell me what language you guys speak at home?
We speak American English.
You speak American English.
Correct.
So you cannot speak any basic words in Cherokee?
Well, when granddaddy was 108 years old and dad was older, at this time, now you go back 72 years, I will be 72 pretty soon. A lot of these things were not given to us freely. You see, the black people in America went from Negro to colored, from Afro to American, and now America. So you have to understand the interchangings, okay? And a lot of this stuff was hidden from the children.
I'm not talking about, so, okay. I find it because I'm trying to learn something from you, and it looks like I'm not finding anything. But are you active in any Cherokee community programs or events? Or have you
No,
ever been?
no, I just stay at home. But my brother is involved in some, and he lives up in the mountains in California, and he's involved in some. And I saw him about maybe about 5 years ago, and he has the flag, and he has his paperwork, and when we buried my father on the birth certificate, it was Cherokee.
Okay, so do you have any tribal membership card or any paperwork to go with who you say you are? Do you have a tribal membership card as a
I do,
Cherokee?
I do, I do, I do, I do. I know I have that because I had to have it for my children, and my children have it too. But I don't know where it's at in my home. I know, I
Okay.
know. It's. See, this is what you guys have to understand. It's difficult getting old. Okay, it's difficult.
But the old are
And
supposed to
we've
tell the
got
young the story.
and we
Mama, if you come
uh,
to Africa, we get the history and the story from the old because it's the old who knows the story. So
yes, but
if the
we
children cannot get it from the old, then I don't know where they're going to get it from.
but you don't understand from where the point of view that I'm speaking from right now. Sure, there are things that you get from the old, but there were things that the old did not share with us out of fear, out of shame, out of guilt. You understand? There was a lot of things my father didn't know because his father didn't share it with him.
Hello, host.
Okay, because Cherokee is a big thing. You understand? This is the last question I will ask you. What is your
Okay. Because you're making me
CDI?
you're making
No,
me you're making me perspire with all these questions as if I'm not even human.
What?
You're making
I'm
me
only trying to
sweat.
learn from you.
I know, but I
Okay,
can't
my
give
last
but I
question.
can't
Don't
give you
worry, don't
too
worry.
I
I
can't give
promise you
you
this is
so
my last
much.
question.
I
This
can't
is my
give you
last
so
question.
much
I promise you.
information because I forgot.
Okay, I promise you this is my last question. So what is your CDIB say?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know what is CDIB as a Cherokee?
You can't even ask me, do I even know what it's like to be a Negro? At this point right
Are
now,
you a Negro? Are you a Negro? Are you
no,
a Negro?
no. But on
So
my
why would you ask that?
okay, let me
What is
explain. Let me explain. On Daddy's paperwork, it said Negro. It said Negro, and then they had to change it later after he was grown to Cherokee. Okay.
All right, hey, host. So what I wanna emphasize as far as
Oh, I can't hear you.
So you mean to say you don't know what a CDIB is as a Cherokee?
No, but do you know how old are you? 30? How old are you? You have a
Yes,
you
I'm
have a
30.
you have a good mind. I can tell you're fresh. Your mind is fresh. You're very intelligent. But I want to meet you again when you're 72. Well, I'll be 100 and something. But I
You'll be dead
probably,
by now, maybe.
well, I don't know. I've got my mom's sister. She's 99. She's still living. Grandma was 99, and she wasn't even sick. They said that she just had a sad heart.
But you are one of the problems of the community. You
I
you
can't
don't
help
know who
that.
you are. You cannot answer any question. You don't have nothing to pass down to the children. You are claiming an identity that you know nothing about. You are almost gone, and you will not make things right. Where are you
Okay,
getting all these information from?
now
Huh?
let me clarify that. Okay, my oldest
You
daughter.
you guys are not doing anything to help this community.
Okay, let
You
me
are not
tell
doing
you.
nothing.
Okay,
So
let me
you are
tell
not telling me
you.
your time is up. No, you're not telling me anything. You
My
have no answers to the
daughter is
question that I asked you.
my daughter.
No. Stop it. Stop it. This is the future. This is what the children are actually coming up to. There's nothing. Nothing. You claim to be old. You don't know no history. You don't know what the CDIB is. You don't know nothing. You claim something that you don't even know what it is. Misleading the children. What is this about?
Children.
A lot of you who came before our ancestors are the reason why we are struggling. Like the guy who came from Gabon or whatever. You understand? And you still don't want to make things right. This is how you guys are leaving us with.
My children could explain it to you because they're your age. I'd like to talk to your mother. How old is your mother? She's probably 60 something, right? Let me talk to her.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
Okay.
My mother's age is not relevant. You couldn't answer any question. We wanted to learn from you, from who you are. You couldn't tell anybody anything about who you are, but you claim so boldly. But you have Negro on your birth certificate, and then you say you're Cherokee. Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed of who you are?
No,
is that what it is?
We were ashamed to be Cherokee. We were ashamed.
Okay, let's
in
move
the
on.
50s,
Let's move
in
on.
the 50s, in the 40s, we were afraid. We were afraid, and we were ashamed.
Have you done your DNA?
I did my DNA and genealogy.
Can you share with us?
No, cannot. You're making me sweat. Why?
We are learning. This platform is for learning.
But you can't
sweat, Mama.
But you can't learn
You
from
shouldn't-
me. Are you trying to make
No,
me
I'm-
have a stroke? Are you trying to make me have a
No.
medical problem?
No. Oh,
Because
no,
you're
come on, come on.
harassing me. You're being very mean.
Oh no, Pam, don't say that.
I'm harassing you.
Yes, you're
I'm sorry
asking
if
me
you
so
felt-
many questions. So many questions.
Okay, I'm sorry if you felt that way, but can you share your your DNA with us? I'm sorry if I
No,
did embarrass you or if you felt like, but that was not my intention.
So you've asked me what maybe 50 questions. Is it right?
And out of the 50, you couldn't even answer anyone. Is it right?
But could your mother answer 50 questions from me, from my children? Could my children get on here and question your mom like you're questioning me? Could she handle it?
My mom is not on TikTok.
I'm on here and my kids tell me to get off, but I'm not going to do it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But can you share your DNA with us?
No, you share yours with me.
My DNA says I'm African. I'm Ghanaian, a proud one, 100%. Yes.
And what
about yours?
What were your numbers? What was your percentage?
It's 100.
Huh?
It's 100. That's what I'm telling you. It's 100%. I don't have any.
It doesn't go
No,
like
it doesn't.
100. What's the percentage of you being Ghanaian?
It's 100%. That's what I'm telling you. So can
Oh,
you share yours with me?
it didn't show anything else. You're pure Ghanaian.
Yes, that's what it shows. What about yours? What did it
I
tell you?
don't believe it. I
It's
don't
okay. It's
believe it.
okay. What about yours? Share yours with us. What percentage did you have?
I
What is the
cannot.
percentage of Indian?
Oh, let's see. What is the percentage of Indian on the paper? It said,
Yes.
I can remember that. It said 93. I think so.
It's 93.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Because
then you're
and
Indian. Then you're really Indian.
and then they explained to us, and the names are on the paper. All our family names, and then it went to mulatto. So then we had to
Okay.
figure out who the mulattoes were. Well, it wasn't
Okay.
the
We
mulattoes.
can move on. We
became
can move on at this point. We can move on
Okay.
at this point. I don't know why. So why did you come to this platform knowing that this is an African panel talking about
Oh,
Africa?
was I not supposed to be on this panel because I'm not African?
No, we are discussing Africa and people with African ancestry, because if you enter, you see this is Africa. So I'm just curious
Right.
to know.
I want to know about Africa, but I shouldn't get on the panels about Africa to know about Africa.
But why do you want to know about Africa instead of wanting to know
Because
about,
I tell you, okay, listen. I have a daughter that is in the Navy. She's been in 17 years. And then I have a son, and he's in computers. And then I have another daughter, she's in real estate. They all want to travel. Now, this is what they told me. Now, this is why I'm doing this research. Listen to me good. They say, oh, we want to go to Dubai. I said, no, I want to go to Africa. See, and we're voting on that now. So if I can come up with some good information about going to Sudan or Cameroon or let's see, Kenya, or what's some name of some other places? I can't think of it.
Oh, you saw those on your DNA? You saw those countries on your DNA?
That in my mind where I want to take a vacation.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you get any of your daughters here?
My daughter
Can you
is
get any of your children here to speak?
My daughter is overseas right now, the one in the Navy, and the other one, I don't know what she's doing. And my son, he called me a while ago, but I didn't take the call. You want me to call him and
why?
tell him to call you?
Why didn't you take his call?
Because I am on TikTok. I'm busy. I'm busy.
DM, 1 second.
I'm busy.
DM, 1 second. Pam, you said you are turning 72 years old and you're running around with a dog?
With a dog?
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 dogs.
I see like 4 dogs.
I said I have 2 daughters and 1 son. I have a Staffordshire pit bull, and I have a husky. 2 dogs. That's the only 2 dogs I have.
Please, no one should question Pam, okay? Pam is tired. She's taking a lot of questions.
I'm tired of all the questions.
I'm sorry, but I think you should call your son and you can get back.
Should I remain or should I go and look for another place?
No, just call your son and come back.
Hey, Pam, I got one question for Pam before she go though.
Just call your son and then come back.
Let him ask me one more question.
Oh, but you didn't like my questions.
I know, because I told you when I got on that you were a very strong host. I told you that when I first got on.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were going to attack me, so I stayed in low profile. But I
I'm
had
sorry.
no
I'm sorry.
idea. I had no idea you were going to ask me 50 questions and make me sweat where I had to find my handkerchief to wipe my face.
Hey,
The
Stop
OC is a
very
comedian, the man. The OC is a
Stop for the
comedian. He
law.
takes stuff for
Stop for the
joke.
law. Stop for the law.
SB, SMB, SN boss.
Like yeah, like I don't like comedian behavior. You see what I mean? Like I don't like bully behavior from whether from this African nation, Jamaican nation, Haiti. I don't care where you come from. I don't like bully behavior. So what I'm saying is, I realize this tension amongst the American black and the people from around the world. So I'm full-blooded Jamaican. So here what's going on.
Oh, Jamaica.
Yeah, there's this tension amongst American black and people from across the water, and it's both ways. Damn near more racist than the white man racism. I'm gonna adjust it. I'm gonna address it in the room because I see.
Oh, what happened?
Pam, can you call your
Was
son and
he
get back?
was he saying that I was racist?
No, you don't worry about it. Can you just call your son
Can
real quick?
you tell me what he was saying? Because
We don't know what he was saying.
I don't want to make anyone angry.
No,
They're in
nobody's
chat.
angry. You good?
Can I
You
ask,
good?
did
You good?
somebody
You good?
drop him?
Tell him,
You don't have to worry about that. Come
tell
on,
him to come
guys.
back because
Did
he
you
said
drop
he
him?
wanted to ask
Hello,
me.
everybody, mute your
Can we have
mic.
order on the line, please?
All of you, mute your mic, please. Don't worry about him being dropped. Please. Can you call your son and get back? I'm worried that you didn't pick his call.
He's in Las Vegas, and I would have to call him. I would have to call him
back.
Okay, give me your telephone number and I'll tell him to call you.
I will send it to you in my DM. I followed
Okay,
you
good.
already, so just call him and get back. Just call him and get back.
Okay, but I'm not gonna call him right this minute. I'm on TikTok. No, I can't do it because I'm on TikTok right now. I'm busy. I'm busy.
Okay, I'm releasing you to go call your son and come back.
Why? I need to be on TikTok right now. I'll call him this
I know.
I will call him sometime
I know,
this
but
evening.
you can just
because the thing is, he may not even want to talk about this stuff with me. You see, this is what the children do. I say, "Oh, Rashad, do you know the BS number to us as Cherokee?" "Oh, Mom, why you calling me with this?" "Well, I was on TikTok and they want to know the number." "Oh, get off of that shit. You don't need to be on the TikTok answering questions." This is what he's going to say.
I know, but you don't have to call him and talk about his life. I mean, you need to find out why he was trying to call you. Maybe he is doing some shopping for you. He needed to ask you some question. So we don't really call our parent like that. So if they are calling you, it might be something that they want to verify or they need. So that's why I'm saying that just listen to what he wants to say and you come back.
He calls me all day long and I'm busy. I'm busy. He calls me all day. All day. He's bored.
Okay.
He's bored.
Okay. So
I wanna hear you talk to your people because you sound really good.
Okay, Fosti, take over from this point. I'm gonna mute for now.
Okay. I'm gonna listen.
Okay, Miss Pam, I'm gonna drop you so you could be in a you could still stay in and listen, but I'm gonna take you off the platform, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. I think the next person will be Mario.
Hold on. Let me address this Jamaican who came. People don't even know what humor is. A lot of you are so miserable in your lives that you don't even know what a humor is. You are dry. You are dry. You know this dry fish, they call it Kobe or Kako. You are as dry as a dry fish.
Damn,
He
you don't
came
even
here, he
know.
wanted to bring a problem, and then he's saying, bully, bully, you are bully. You know what? Hold on, let me find you and block you.
Damn, you
And the
slow.
people like you, hold on. Firstly, why are you always interrupting me? Huh? I don't like that. Hold on. This Jamaican guy came here, he's talking a bully, bully, bully. You sound like a girl. You, this Jamaican guy who came up here. A lot of you men are very weak these days that you cannot even take. You saw how Pam, she's 70 plus. You saw how she was not even offended. You saw how she stood on her grounds. You saw how she even complimented. You see, she has humor. And I like Pam. If Pam, you're listening, you are so strong and you have a lot of humor in you. Even though you are bringing pseudo history, but you have humor. You understand? But then you have young boys. Their blood is boiling. Maybe you have taken something. So you come here. Yeah, bully, bully man, bully man. Get out of here, man. Rascal you chat about. I'm looking for his account. This platform is not for you. Run away, rude boy. Block like you talk about. Go ahead, what you call it, Christy, Fosty. You are not even happy with your life. A lot of you are not happy with your lives. So you come to TikTok and then you just want to release your tension. You are having marital problem coming here from the what you call it, the asylum. Then you want to come here and give people stress. Learn how to ease yourself in life. Learn how to have some spice in your life. I can imagine how boring you are with your partner. Have some spice. Don't take everything serious. Come on, release stress. Life is hard already. A lot of you want to go and die quickly. Go ahead. This platform, don't come here and faint. Okay, we don't have any this thing here to revive you. Nonsense. Let's proceed.
Okay, thank you, host. Mario, please come with your mic. Introduce yourself and put in your submission. Please check the timer on your screen. You have 5 minutes. Once the timer comes off, you have to bring your submission to an end. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, greetings to everyone. I'm sorry I've been on my own digesting on the words of the guy that I've stayed over 30 something years in America. Being proud to tell how he's thanking his God for a wasted 30 something years. Why did I call it wasted 30 something years? Is because yeah, I believe the guy is from Africa, like us, but has nothing to achieve, has nothing to boast of. Instead, boasting of building another man's country economy. Why? Because you are pursuing to be in America out of ignorance, because I call it out of ignorance. Yeah. So, but I'm here to encourage the listener, those on the comment section, that that is not the appropriate way of life. You dare not be proud of someone's country where your home is on fire. Let me put it like this. Yeah, I'm not against the wish of any person to travel to any country. Yeah, my name is Maria da Silva Gustavo from Angola, as I used to say before. But being proud of someone's country is a very shameful thing to my own understanding. Yeah, we have been here tackling, doing, discussing on the way forward in Africa entirely. And someone is proud thanking God for another man's country. So I'm here also to still thank the host. I can't thank you guys a lot. You guys a lot. Yeah, for the effort and also for the action of bringing the guy down this night. You know, some people on earth they can easily They were always on a mission to spoil people's mind over something. You know, I was mad at myself. What the shit is this guy is talking about this night? Just because of opportunity to be in America, where we used to go and come back. But I'm trying to say that somebody like that, please, from the comment section, if you have such mindset, please don't bother yourself coming up the next time to talk to the people, because in this movement, I don't think we need such person here, such person that will be doing us back in this movement. And I noticed such a lifestyle based on the host. There was something he was saying about South Africans and Nigeria. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I meditated on it for like some minutes. I understand he's making a point, because you can't be coming out on social media and making noise. I call it noise making because it's only an empty one can make such a noise. Making noise, but there is no action coming from your side. That you guys are not doing anything. The youth, the educated and non-educated guys over there are not doing anything, you know. And each time you guys complain on social media about your government and other stuff like that, but there's no action on it. And I believe that wars without action is useless. So I'm encouraging everyone. I don't have much to say this. I'm encouraging everyone, please, let's wake up. It's time for Africa to wake up. And I believe God that Africa will be better again. Africa will be better again in no distant time. But we need a joint effort. Okay? This is the more I can say for now. I'm still listening. If there's any other opinion, I can still make myself available. Thank you all.
Thank you for your submission. The next person to be on will be Jazzy. Jazzy, please come off your mic, introduce yourself, and put in your submission if you can hear me. Thank you.
I am Cameroonian, raised in America. Oh, I'm Cameroonian, raised in America. Unfortunately, I mean, these are how some of these people operate. In South Africa, you know, they throw stones and hide their hands. So with South Africa, right? There's no excuse, right? But Ramaphosa visiting America like a child was very embarrassing, very, and it just shows that they are the puppeteers or puppeted, you know, it just in his disposition, you know, how he was sitting next to Trump, and of all people, you know, Trump. You go to see Trump, really? So yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of South Africa history is intense, you know. And when you look back, you realize that a lot of the settlements, right, a lot of the conflicts that happened, right? There was the Dutch that were included. There were the Huguenots, the French, the British. So when when they found the diamonds, the Irish, like, so you could see a few European countries just ceding land, fighting for land, fighting against the Xhosa, etc., etc. I'm gonna read something really quick. To satisfy the white demand for labor, commandos frequently abducted African children, describing them as apprentices. In Booklands, to avoid accusation of avert slavery, the practice was sanctioned in Transvaal by Apprentice Act passed by the governing body, the Volksraad. In the 1860s, missionaries considered Ubukalun provided the main source of labor in Transvaal. So this great book, Diamond, Gold, and the War, shows a lot of the incursions that the Europeans had over land, ceding land, trekking, annexing land by force, stealing people to enslave, taking over looking for diamonds, just crazy stuff, you know. A lot of if we know the multiple players in the game that are still the players right now, we will understand who we should be against. Yeah, I was actually here earlier because I wanted to say to the last speaker that it was the speaker that came like 20 or so minutes ago. Ehijo was just as bad as Paul Biya. They're both terrible, you know. The Ehijo, I keep hearing Amadou Ehijo was good. He wasn't, you know. He literally was pro-French, and he unalived a lot of the Bamilekes, which is the majority ethnic group within Cameroon, under the UPC, who was very pro Soviet Union, you know. So he wasn't good at all, you know. He wanted the French to rule over. He's the reason why we have these terrible colonial contracts that agree to French nationals being in Cameroon, not leaving, you know. So that Paul Biya is just as terrible, you know. So that's all I had to say.
Okay. Thank you. The one. Can you introduce yourself and proceed? Guys, we should have been on 100K right now. Please tap on your screen and share the live. The one, go ahead.
Hi there, TM. Hi everyone. I am the one who sees from South Africa, and I came on earlier and I heard one of the speaker at the time, one of the panelists at the time, was saying something about South Africa and Nigeria that needs to come to the table regarding the movement that is mobilizing around the world now. But I didn't realize that I was on I have a different account, also another TikTok account. I was on that account, but I didn't realize it. And I was just scrolling through different lives, and I happened upon another live where, let me call it, I don't know if there are any of them in this live listening, but it's some kind of Aryan Brotherhood from South Africa, where I live. And they were having, I listened for maybe like 20-25 minutes. And something that I've been fearing, South Africa, that this has been in my head for some time now already, maybe a couple of years, that how I understand South Africa in world relations, that South Africa is the foothold, or the foothold of the how do I put it, the white supremacist ideology. It is the foothold in Africa. South Africa is that foothold, because they were describing South Africa as a white country, and there were many people from all over the world in the live who are part of this movement, and they are calling for they actually said they need another couple of adults. I don't want to say the adults, if you know who Adolf is. And then they were talking about some stuff that's happening in Europe now with what happened in Vienna with the soccer match there, and how different NATO and different armies are mobilizing. So I had if some of you know, I don't know if the team knows, I'm a musician, and I have this Bob Marley, I don't know what spirit that came over me many years ago, that I just want to get the songs out and perform it live for people. And I've been doing that for years and years. And I had a small gig on Friday, and I chose 3 songs to sing because it was I had like a 15-minute set, and I sang 3 songs. One was Revolution, and the other one was Exodus. And then it went well. But, you know, the young people, they hardly hear Bob Marley. They, you know, the media is inundated with, you know, popular songs and whatever, you know, big American artists and rap artists and all of this. But the young
The one
people
who
who are,
sees
yes.
the
I'm
3
gonna get to where
pictures,
I'm gonna land. Sorry.
because you are landing without addressing the screen. I don't get it.
Yes, I'm addressing the 3 kids at the bottom, Zintle,
Oh,
Amahle, and
okay.
Mbali, who were killed by a white,
Unalived.
unalived, sorry, by a white man driving. So in South Africa, uh, there is this predominant economic stronghold of the colonial people still here, and some of them are going to America with the genocide, the parent white genocide that's happening.
G side.
Genocide, sorry, the which we all know it's not true. But so there's this movement happening here that I feel is getting mobilized more now, and they are speaking about conflict, as in they are mobilizing to move towards taking South Africa and making it a white country as a foothold. So yeah, what I'm just saying that for me, it's not that it hasn't been real. It has always been real for me. But from what I'm listening to the other, what the lady spoke about just before, in the whole of there's an organization here called Women for Change, and they had a vigil on Saturday, where the number of there's a gender-based violence, the number of women and children killed, unalived, sorry, in 20 last year was more than 5,000. That is just women and children. I'm talking about men. Over 5,000. It was an increase of 33% to the previous year. So there is a disregard for the lives of black women or non-white women and children, because the majority, even not all, the majority of those people are not white people, which obviously disputes or goes past the narrative of what the real G side is. I mean, if you look at what's happening in the Middle East. But I just, again, it touched on the seriousness of why we are coming together in this time and what we need to do. And as far as I always say I'm just doing what I do here, but I think there's so much more that can be done. But yeah, TM, thanks for allowing that lady Pam. That was a welcome respite from all the tension. Thank you for that.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
The next person on the line will be Ned Africa. Ned, please come off your mic, introduce yourself and put in your submission. Ned.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Please be time
Yes.
conscious, please.
Thank you very much. This is Nat from Uganda. Direct to the point. These two Kenyans recruited to be US in the military. That one, it gives us a clear point that though our Kenyan brothers were in support of what has happened in West Africa, but the government, most of the government which is in the power in Kenya, they were against the revolution which started from West Africa. That one is a clean point to note. That one we have not debate about it. Ruto himself, let me even sorry for calling his name, but the Ruto himself came publicly and said that Ibrahim is what is a criminal. And the coup that he made is unconstitutional. This man was liberating his country. The man was saving his country from the colonial imperialism. So with that one, I have no much to talk about it. It is just you people, you just bear with people of Kenya in this one here, this one here. Language is a snake. We not, in fact, if we could maybe use juju to work on these people, I don't know if it could be possible. It would be another direction by that we can take. But where they have taken Africa, we don't know. Second point is Rwanda has delivered over 20 tons of food to medical. That one is on maintenance ground. I will not say that they have done bad, but on the other hand, I will want you people to know that in Congo, where they even went that why not in Congo? Congo, first of all, they have been in struggle in war between Congo and Rwanda. So that one will be just like you can't give an enemy food. That one I think Kagame can't do that. Then it is the three sisters of mine who were unalive. Sincerely, this one even it is still in USA. USA, I don't know how those brothers of ours, they have not come out. They have tried to come out to fight for that injustice which happens on blacks. But these people have inconsistently refused to change their minds. These whites are criminals. These whites, I don't know, is it God who created these people? I don't know. They see us as if we are not human beings on this planet. But of course, we have come to know that they don't like us. That's why people were coming out that let's stay in our Africa. Our Africa, we remain here, but again they are saying no, we should not stay there alone. Why not? Why not? We want to stay ourselves in Africa. If we see they are poor, so we have kept on. It is true. They've made us in this format. They've put us in the way they wanted, but it is good enough that Ibrahim Traore has come up and showed the youth of Africa that you people, we should take this path. You people, I'm telling you, let's wait for this generation going. These people are in their evening. These presidents, you look out, that one of Cameroon is going. This one of Nigeria is going. This one of Ruto is also in 60s. Those people are in their evening. You people don't mind. Africa is going to be bright. Light is going to be at the end of the tunnel for Africa. We are almost. Less. You keep sensitizing people here. I thank you very much for sensitizing people here. Let's continue with that spirit. We shall be written on the history of Africa as freedom fighters. Let's fight via these motives over there, as using media to bring a fake blackmail on Africa. We are going to fight with them throughout. Maybe they just banned this one, but yet they want our money. They will be supplying us with technology, and we are using it to fight against them. They never knew that. We have known how they work. We have discovered what they are doing. We have known what they are going to do. Sincerely, this one is not a war of This is not a war of bullets. It's just a war of what? Of knowledge. It is a war of knowledge. You are going to fight. We are going to fight up the end, up the last breeze, you people. I thank you people for encouraging African youth. I'm telling you, you people, don't give up. Don't give up. We are there to monitor everything. These people that have really impoverished us. There is another audio. There is another click I've seen. They have a strategy how they can impoverish Africa. I think if you can post that thing, it moves all over Africa. We know their strategy. These people, they will not manage us. Let's come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your submission. Please mute yourself. Thank you. I guess I'm gonna bring people. Please, if anybody wanna be in a panel, please send a request so you could be on a panel and share your point. If you have any views on what is going on in Africa, any concern, any zeal that is driving you nuts about what is going on in Africa, please request and come up. Thank you. We have a new panel. Martin, please. Martin, please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and put in your submission.
I am Martin Mtare from Zambia. Yeah, so I have been following the program. It is really very good to improve our own African countries. And of course, I have seen this case that Rwanda has delivered over 20 tons of food and medical supplies to Gaza to ongoing conflict. But why not Congo or South Sudan? Yeah, this is shocking because it seems like our brothers, they have started now helping people. Of course, Gaza is also part of Africa. So I think Gaza, it's in Egypt, I think. Yeah, Egypt is part of Africa.
Hello, did something happen?
I think something happened, maybe bad network or something.
I see. Or maybe
You
you
have
received a
something to
call.
say? Wajibu, you have something to say?
Yeah. Because I remember the host cut me when I was a few seconds to finish, and he addressed the issue, asking, "What are we doing as a people? What are we doing as a people to confront the regimes that are leading in our own countries?" And there's something very interesting. Since last year, I always go to my in the evening, concealed with hoods, and actually I use VPN because I was one of the people who led and organized not most, but I took part in last year's financial bill protest. I don't sit on the sides. I am very active when it comes to injustices that are being caused by our leaders in Africa. And if you have heard me in my previous submissions, I've always told people to make sure that they preach this gospel of Africa uniting. I may not do much as a person, but I make sure that in each and every day, I tell 2 or 3 or more people or one person about what's happening in Africa and that the revolution that's going to happen in Africa is coming soon and it's inevitable. If you give me 1 minute, I'll talk about how our current president William Ruto came into power and why he's being used, because the people who put him there, they had an agenda for him. He had him and Uhuru Kenyatta, our previous president, our former president. They were involved in 2008 post-election violence, and they were taken to The Hague and they were prosecuted there. They did not see eye to eye during that post. There was the Kikuyu elections and there was the opposition side which was fighting because so Uhuru Kenyatta was for the president who had won, and Ruto was for the presidential candidate who lost. So the crashes were between these two people. But then when they went to The Hague, whatever happened there, we don't know. They came back to Kenya holding each other's hand, like people who have been joined together in just a new marriage. And you know what? That is what they said. They said that it's not going to be Uhuru and Ruto. They have been saved from The Hague and now they are back home. They are as clean and crystal clear. They are as clean as wool. And now they are ready to lead, they are ready to campaign and ask Kenyans to vote for them. These are the people who were actually accused of crimes against humanity. Differently, this one was on this side fighting with this other one, who were actually fighting their case that was very strong, very, very strong, with witnesses, a lot of them, a lot of testimonies. How did that even end? That is the leverage. They gave them their freedom in exchange for them to go campaign together, because they knew that people will vote for Uhuru Kenyatta, the son of our first president in Kenya. So this was rigged before it even started. It was rigged here, it was cooked here in Netherlands, and by the time those people are back home, they knew that they are going to win that elections. We know we made a mistake as a people to vote for them. Yes, we made a very big mistake to vote for these people. But then, as I said here before, we are working on changing this regime in 2027. Because right now, if I may say, our military back in Kenya right now, there's nothing they can do. They are already in the pocket. There's nothing they can do. Right now, the moment we hit the streets last year, the reshuffle that was done in all those commands and the security sectors, they were reshuffled, some were transferred, some were demoted. They made sure that there is no grouping or regrouping. There is nothing that could happen, and they are in the pockets of in the pocket. Actually, during that protest, the suppression that happened, the president himself made sure that our own military, that is not supposed to be having their boots in the streets of Nairobi, had their boots in the streets of Nairobi. For the first time since independence, our own government allowed the military, called the military to come and calm the chaos in the street. You understand the gravity of how far the president is willing to go to make sure that he retains his power and he's there for quite a long time. Even right now, as we speak, the elections that are coming, there's a very high possibility that this man already has planned his win, and he's doing all he can to make sure that he retains the power. And every day, every now and then, even if you look at my profile and you go back to my profile and you look at the posts that I've been making, this is a new page. I have an older page from last year, but this one is very new. I think it's now almost 2 weeks old. I created a new one because the old one, they have been looking for me for almost 1 year now. So I changed most of the things. That's why I'm saying I would rather use a VPN and come here. Some of us, we are still in our countries and we are evading, avoiding, and hiding. But we have to come out here and tell the people that the change is coming, whether they like it or not. I yield. Thank you.
He dropped. Okay. Who is next to speak? Has Dark spoken?
Oh, not yet. I just came up.
Okay. Introduce yourself and proceed with 5 minutes.
Oh, hello everybody. I'm Darkest, and I just came like I just opened my TikTok and I hear you guys talking about the growing development in Africa. So I just decided to come here and state my point. But I wanted to say that like about this General Langley or whatever his name is. We should like everything he's saying is a lie. We all know that. So there is no need like responding to this guy like saying whatever. Ibrahim Traore conference like one to a conference meeting, whatever it is, I don't know. But Ibrahim Traore refused. Even he know who he is. We know them, even though they're telling lies. But whenever they chose to be in action and attack us, that's when like we have to defend ourselves. That's it. Even Russia is by our side. China is there, so they're not really gonna play that game with us, trying to attack us. So they can't do that. So that's why they're lying against us. You see that? If somebody cannot attack you physically or have his way with you, he will try to lie against you and create other company, lie against you to other people, so he can like create like so he can number of people, so they can come and attack you. So that's the kind of game they're playing because they have tried everything and it's not working. So this is like there are another way. Assassination didn't work. Putting sanctions on Africa, on Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger didn't work. So this is their go of option, and I promise you, it's gonna fail. Try to turn Kenya against us, it's gonna fail again. Just like how they try to use Ivory Coast and Nigeria against Niger and Mali and Burkina Faso, and it didn't work. So all this thing is just a lie. So ignore them and let them tell lies, lies, lies. They're just wasting their time and creating more headache for themselves. For now, I will stop. I'll stop here.
Thank you for your submission. Um, guys, if anyone have something to say, wants something to say, please request to come up. There's a lot of space in the panel.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Langley is doing way too much. Somehow, I don't know what we need to do. We need to use African spirituality on them. We need to make a list like General Langley, Trump. We put all these people on the list, and we should like conjure, our African spirituality beliefs against them. Whatever your tribe believes in, because I don't know how else. It's like they're parasitic, you know. They're just very aggressive. They don't take no for an answer. I don't know what else, That's all I wanted to say.
Say before, like, others will come up and speak. So
according to this, like, General Langley, this guy is just a delegate. I mean, like, he has been sent by the Western powerhouse. Then notice that, hey, let it be that we send, like, another, like, white person to come and represent them. They're going to be a chaos, They notice that. They notice that they're going to be a protest around, like, African nation, even in Europe. So because of that, they don't want any case, so they send, like, another black man to come and represent them, and kind of, like, of course, sending him is going to create chaos. Black people are going to, like, are going to speak up. They're going to, say. But first of all, we have to deal with this language. We got to tell them that, hey, whenever he plans something and try to, like, carry out his plan, we got to tell them, hey, you're not going to do that out there. The way, like, the way the Western nation and the powerhouse have dealt with, like, have, like, what word should I use? The way they have dealt and do away with Gaddafi, Thomas Sankara, Steve Biko, and Kwame Nkrumah is not gonna work in this new generation, because this is a new day, and this youngster, this, like, youngest African population are not playing. We have had enough, and enough is enough. If you touch one of us, you touch all of us. Gone are the day when we will keep quiet. Let them tell lies, we don't care. Let them speak. But whenever they carry an attack, we will say enough is enough. We have taken enough from them. We have endured enough. So, first, what am I saying? If this Langley carried out his threat, first we have to with him first. We have to tell him, hey, you can do that here. Let's forget about the white people. There is a say that if somebody wants to attack you, he just doesn't come and attack you. He use somebody who is closer to you, somebody who you think is your brother, who you think is your brother, who look the same as you. So what I'm saying is our enemy is not, like, just a European. It's closer to us. It surely is our brothers, those who we call my brother, my family. If those people, within us. If those people try to get, get paid by the enemy, the Westerner, and attack us, we have to deal with them first. We have to lock them up. Whatever punishment we have to give to them, we have to give to them. Just to tell the Western society that anybody that they send to attack us will face the same punishment. Thank you.
The real chat. Can I just say something? Langley is actually retired. He's being moved from. He's being transferred from. This conference that he is right now in Kenya is his last conference in Africa. They are actually in the process of looking for his replacement. He just said that, I think, yesterday or the day before yesterday. Very soon they're looking for his replacements. I think also this issue of after their parole from us and in support of the of Burkina Faso and Ibrahim Traore, I think they have decided, you know what, I think Langley has been so much into the limelight, and they have to change and bring in some new blood in Africa. So I think he's not gonna be here longer, but his replacement is already they are making arrangements for that. So we are going to have another person real soon, and I think when he comes, we will we will welcome him with open hands. I mean, open hands, not just the welcome, that we will give him more than we give this current man, Langley, and he will not have peace in Africa. So as they prepare to bring somebody else, I hope they bring somebody who will be able to cope with us, because we will be very noisy in the streets here. And they cannot bring any other breed. They will only bring somebody who looks like us. Anyway, um, host, are you still there?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you. Maybe give somebody else.
Yeah, thank you. Dynamite, please take over. I have to attend to something. Thank you. So is this an open panel or who's next?
So 2020 was there, and then UC.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, greetings all. Thank you for having me up. I've been in the comments listening, and I just wanted to come up and just add a little bit to the conversation. I believe in divine
Hold on,
timing.
sis. Hold on. Can you tell us where you're from?
Oh, I'm in North America and I'm Black.
Are you Black American or?
I'm Afro-Jamaican.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, Afro-Jamaican. So yes, I believe in divine timing, and I believe that everything is happening now. As much as it's uncomfortable, it's a benefit to us. Yes, General Langley is a sellout, but we need somebody like him to see the playbook that they use with a Gaddafi. Unfortunately, Gaddafi being unalive had to happen in order for us in this day and age to see the playbook. So everything happens in divine timing so that each sequence matches up so that we are aware and that we're not going to fall for their traps and the propaganda and the propaganda that they're trying to push on us this time is not going to work because they already used that playbook. So our ancestors have opened our eyes to show us what they're doing. So regardless of who they bring, it could be black, white man, a black general, a white general. We've already know what they're after. We know Africa is a rich continent full of resources, and no other continent in no other country in this world can survive without Africa. So they're gonna keep coming, but the more they come, the stronger we get, the more we awaken, and our ancestors are fighting for us. Like ever since we were kidnapped and taken from Africa, our time to live in the glory because greater days are ahead of us. That's my contribution for right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Yeah, we'll see you up next.
Yes, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here on this platform. Some people say that I am radical and I speak division, but being honest with you, I speak the truth. The truth shall set us free, but first it will piss us off. And they always, as the last caller said, the playbook is that they use an African image in front of us. That's how they also indoctrinate us with religion. They ensure that they train preachers and elders to ensure that they force those narrative on us. Because when someone like us, who we trust, come into our society and present their ideology, we trust them as a brother and sisters, and we accept it. And so we have to be very circumspect and in how we are trading right now. What I see with the um, uh, Rwanda presenting these gifts to um, Palestine, it's not a surprise to me. I don't know if it's a surprise to you guys, but it's not a surprise to me because it's their brothers and sisters genealogically. And so they are going to do that because they're the one who are working with the very people who oppressed us. They're the one who are catching us for the enslavement. But I got to speak the truth because right now,
Lucy?
you hear me?
Yeah, you have
Someone like they mute me or something.
too much feedback. I
Yeah,
think
you hear me now? Someone, I think they mute me. Okay, I have to go down because I think TikTok, someone infiltrate my phone because I was on a platform very good, and now I'm in a better area where I get good signals, but I still having problem. I think that they want to cut me out of these conversations because the truth shall set you free, but oftentimes it will piss many of us off. But I like to speak the truth.
No, the problem is, you see, if you can hear me, you have so much feedback. I think it's too much breeze wherever you are at. So it's convenient to listen to, really.
Oh, okay. Yes, well, I will change that area. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's a bit clearer now, yes.
Is it better now?
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm also seeing the signal bar showing up. I don't know. I gotta see if any other thing is active on my phone. Yes, but what I'm saying is that we have to be very circumspect when we are holding on to people as us and our partners. What I saw happen what you have here, Rwanda donating goods.
We'll see, we lost you. Are you still there? Okay. All right. Okay, he dropped. So we'll go to Boost. Boost, can you please unmute yourself and introduce yourself? Yeah, I've been having issues with my TikTok as well. Boost.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please tell us where you're from.
Okay, I'm from the United States. I'm a Black American by way of Aboriginal, not just by way of the slave trade, 1619.
Go ahead.
Okay, I had lost you. So, one thing I want to say, actually, a few things, but the first is that the General Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso and Julius Malema is two people that I know of in my own circle that Black Americans really respect because they're truly standing and fighting for their people. So I don't know about other African leaders, but those two especially we know about. Now, as far as I heard earlier, where you had mentioned when you're speaking to the older Black American lady about native DNA, we're not on that. You know, native DNA that they speak about here in America has nothing to do with the Aboriginal people of America, who we believe were not only Black, but Indians as well.
Hold on, brother. Do you identify as an African or what? Like, what's your?
I identify as a Black American with African DNA. Does that make sense?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay.
Are you from
Okay.
Africa? Are your ancestors
No.
from Africa? Or you have African?
Yes. If I have African DNA, that means some of my ancestors were from Africa.
Oh boy.
What's the problem?
I think you have to come in. Yeah.
Excuse-
What's your ethnicity?
A Black American.
Black American with African ancestry, but you're still Aboriginal to America. Is that what I'm getting?
What I'm saying is that there were black people in America before 1619 slave trade.
You're doing my brain in, you guys. Honestly, TM, I think you should do this. I can't. Oh.
Not joking. Is it correctly documentary for the young boy today?
Because most of your people that come on here to talk about being Aboriginal to the US.
Mm-hmm. What about them?
African ancestry.
Well, you know what? So just like every other, ethnic group, not everybody is autodidactic, and you have a lot of people of my people, right, who have been brainwashed by educational system, okay, and they only know what they know. But myself being autodidactic, and you have a lot of people understand the difference.
When did this become a thing?
What do you mean when it's always been? Now the knowledge that's out there, anyone can find out. So what I'm saying is this: with a person as a Black American with African DNA, I support Africa. I support Africa in all their resources being and coming from Africa and them controlling those resources.
Well, I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah. Africa they belong. They should have all their resources. When I was a young man, I'm far from being a boy at this age, but when I was a young man, I was invested in Citicorp. Okay, right out of high school.
Hold on.
Go ahead, TM.
Antigua, are you there? Antigua, please speak. I'm very busy at the moment. Can
I
you
only
engage
have
the
about
conversation, please?
I have about an hour, and then I have to board my flight.
Okay. So can you engage the conversation real quick for me? I'll be
No
back right now.
problem. Hopefully my background noise is not too much. I'm in an airport. Thank you for your submission, boss, but this is an African space. I'm not sure if you identify as an Aboriginal with African DNA. I'm not quite sure why you're here. However, you can support from the comment section. So I'm going to drop you. Did everyone have an opportunity to engage with the topic?
No, there's
Okay.
Chairman, there's DOD, there's Nicholas.
Okay.
Hey, how you doing? I'm African American. Do I count? No, you can go ahead.
As long as you're not Aboriginal or Indigenous to the United States, you're cool.
No.
So we'll start with body flow, and
Yeah.
we'll just work our way down. If you're not speaking, can you please mute so we don't get feedback? I'm also going to mute. My background is loud. Body flow, can you please introduce yourself? Let us know where you're from, and you can give your thoughts on the topic.
My name is Bobby Flo. I think I'm in Germany right now, and I just want to say that I don't know why you didn't allow him to talk. He came as an African, even though he said that he is Aboriginal or what. But we could listen to him. And because I think this platform is only for black people, no matter where you're from or what you identify to.
If you do not identify as an African, then you are free to identify as an Aboriginal or a Native American in the comment section. We want to highlight African voices, but you can unmute. Body flow. You might have muted yourself again. Try unmuting one more time.
No, it is not a bad thing. But I just we could listen to him because
So body flow.
no, I got the
Aside from
message. I got it. So
okay,
for me, I have to wait for the open pioneer because I think I have something to say today. It's a little bit long, but I want to be here. At least. For me,
I'm gonna mute you really quick. Your signal is starting to break up. So I'll come back to you on open panel. Sorry if my background is loud. I'm in an airport. We're gonna go to Nicholas. Nicholas, can you please introduce yourself? Tell us where you're from, and you can give your thoughts on the topic.
I'm from Louisiana. The General Langley, Trump. Yeah, I'm staring. My eyes is blurry. You don't have to explain that to me. I ain't too small for my eyes. Hello.
I'll read it. It's really small. General Langley recruited 2 Kenyans to be in the U.S. military. Trump sent envoy to Burkina Faso to ease the tension. Rwanda has delivered over 20 tons of food and medical supplies to Gaza to support civilians affected by ongoing conflict. But why not Congo or South Sudan?
Yeah, I mean that's a beautiful thing. I think the Congo, they still in the struggle right now. They fighting for the minerals right now. The United Nations want to get their hands on that stuff over there. But I believe Africa going eventually they're coming together. It's gonna take a little time, but they're coming together.
What's your opinion on General Langley? The United States, basically, they offered admission to 2 different military academies to Kenyan nationals. What is your opinion on that?
That guy, you talking about the general who made the remarks about Nigeria, right? That guy. I'll see him in I do.
Yes, that would be him.
Explain it again. It's still terrible. You know, that we all
I'm sorry, Nicholas. I have to mute you. Your signal is breaking up really, really bad. I'm not sure if it's possible if you can get near your router. I'm not sure if you're on the move, but your signal's breaking up really bad. So we'll come back to you. I'll just end your time for now, and we'll come right back to you. We'll just give you a few minutes. Okay. Dynamite, are you going? Breaking up really. Okay. So the next person would be Chairman. Can you please introduce yourself? Tell us where you're from, and you can give your thoughts on the topic.
Hello, good evening, family. as again. With what Rwandan president has done, I don't think it's a good idea, but he did it at the wrong time because there are several humanitarian crises going on in Africa, precisely in Sudan and Congo. And so charity, they say, begins at home. So why didn't he, if he had these tons of food, at least should have started in Africa before extending his hand to Gaza? So you can't just feed an outsider whilst your children at home are going hungry. So to me, I think he's just doing it for the cameras. But if you really want to show true, so you can't just feed to die of hunger. I think that is the best thing that he should have done before going to Gaza. And with this Trump sending envoy to Burkina Faso and all that, one thing I just want us to bring our minds to is that it will be almost difficult or highly impossible for any Western country to take up arms, tanks, and ammunition and go and come to any African country to overthrow any government without the help of their puppets in that country. The problem is we Africans can take some of the blame. Why do I say that? In our various countries, most of the leaders that come up for elections, most of our, we know some of them are, they are almost puppets of the West. Let me take my country, Ghana, as an example. Our previous government, the man that we overthrew him with the biggest election defeat ever Ghana has ever suffered, Akufo-Addo. He was the son of the man that instigated the overthrow of Africa's, the father of Pan-African, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Ghanaians, we knew there's not a story that we don't know. We knew it from the declassified files of the CIA that one of his uncle, this same man's uncle, J.B. Dankwa, was a spy for the CIA, giving information to the CIA and all that. By 1966, through their collaboration with US and other Western powers, they were able to overthrow him. They took over power, and a country of Ghana that was almost at par with countries like South Korea and the rest. After 1960, by 1970, the same man took the father of the same man that we gave the president of Ghana to 8 years ago, took us to IMF. We gave the country to him, and Ghana has suffered its worst economic decline since 1992. So it is a trajectory, and most of us, we know that most of these puppets that were against our first leaders, that most of them were Pan-Africans. They still come back and we vote for them until we make out a point that if someone who comes for a presidency and we know that that person does not have the spirit of Africa in him or her, we shouldn't go there. We shouldn't even try to vote for people like that, because they are the ones that easily fall prey to the dictates of the West and then try to make the control of our various countries very easy. So I think we should also make out a point that anyone that will come to stand for power in our various countries, if the background of the person is not Pan-African, we should make sure that we try every possible best that we can to make sure that such people, the history and the history of such people are brought to light for the ordinary people in our various countries to know their true identity, so that they don't take the realms of power to plunge our countries, various countries, back into the abyss of the clutches of these Western powers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. But you know, why not today to solve our problem, Pan African?
Thank you for your submission. We're going to go to the next person on the panel.
I thought he was making
a contribution.
I think Dora. It was this same man that went to America to the former secretary of America's former Secretary of State and reported Ibrahim Traore to him that he has brought Russian Wagner to Burkina Faso and he's making the borders of Ghana unsafe. How can an old man, an 88-year-old man, just go and do that? Report a sovereign country to a U.S. like a father, like a child going to report some to I don't even know the right words to use.
Yeah, the right way is not good because the president of Ghana at that time, what he did was a big mistake.
Yeah, why should you go and report? Go to America and report a former your colleague head of state that every country has the right to choose the kind of security that he wants. A whole man, this man has given the entire airport of Ghana, the Terminal 1, to the U.S. Army.
Yes, my brother, you have a right. That's why I'm crying always. I'm crying. I am crying, my brother, because you know there is some brother who sell the other black people out because of small break, or because about $1,000, or because about $1 million to sell his own people away. And we are a young generation. We are a young power. We are young idealists. We want to build something better for the next generation, for our children to come out. That's what I'm thinking about it. And that's why I say when the Sahel state, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger going very well, and the other countries join together, then we can able to make something better for entire Africa continent. That's what I'm thinking about it. Because also I am political sciences, the law in Berlin here, and together, more is scared from us. Why is it scaring? We are just going to share the food. What do you eat? Dr. Abraham,
One moment, DDR. I have some other people on the panel that would also like to contribute to the discussion, and then we'll come back to you when we have open panel so we can finish the discussion. So I just want to go to the other members really quick. Okay, so we had Uncle and we had the greatest. So Uncle, can you please introduce yourself? You can give your thoughts on the submission. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Yes, greetings, everyone. I'm from Gullah Geechee tribe, if you want to call us a tribe, down in the low country of South Carolina. The part I want to touch on first was General Langley recruiting 2 Kenyans. I'm retired military. We've been recruiting actively, and we're actively recruiting now in Africa and have for the last 20 years because they're top tier talent. We recruit for Africans in the U.S. military and Great Britain. And it's a reason why. It's because what they bring to us is not what we can do for them. It's the talent they bring to us. Also, I'm stateside. It's a lot of stuff going on. My prayers are to, so somebody's helping them. Somebody's not sitting back, not doing nothing. Because we out there handing them water and telling them to stay out of the public. Somebody's helping our people. So just understand, we watching these atrocities and we're praying that things improve. And also, I'm glad y'all told me about the U.S. Army getting a whole terminal in the Ghanaian airport. That's something else. That's interesting. Because the Africans that join, they have 40 degrees. Most of them transition into commissioned officers once they come in.
So nobody's limiting them. We value who we are, and we know where to get it done right. But they're not putting it in the media. They haven't put it in the media. They're picking Africa's finest. I land.
Submission. We're going to go to the greatest. After the greatest, we're going to come back to DDR. The greatest, you can introduce yourself and give your thoughts on the discussion.
Thank you so much, the host. Unfortunately, your name is a little bit confusing sometimes when I want to read it. But thank you so much, Antigua, for your moderation. I am an African from East Africa, from the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. But I currently live in the States, so that's where I'm speaking from right now. I'm in my comments, it's 2:53 p.m. So greetings. And then this is my perspective, what I see going around. And I would like to share the bigger picture. It's been really a problem for me to understand the talent of with the talent, brains that we have. There is a problem of the leaders we come up with, but I know the systems these white people, allow me to use the word, I don't mind what white is here. The white people have set us into a vicious cycle that even when you want to have somebody good, for example, in Congo, you know the guy who won the election actually did not get put in office. It's been designed to always bring the fakest leaders. If I may use, for lack of a better word, I don't want to use word smearing, but fakest leaders, because you look at how Congo ended up losing the other guy who was backed by the church. For some reason, he was the best candidate, an economist for that matter, somebody who was just against the agenda of the white people. They made sure he can go through. Somehow the system will work you out. Now, what is Africa's biggest problem? Africa's biggest problem is we have faith. And in this matter, we are always lamenting. My challenge is on nation. I think it is time for us to open the book of Acts. Without a price, we have to be ready to sacrifice. The issue at hand for Africa to unite and battle and beat whatever circumstances they're going through must start with us stop lament. Secondly, we must go to our culture and roots, because our culture is very different. The white man came to us, he found us with our own forefather religions. African traditional religions were not just religions. It was element. It was power. It was force. It was something to contend with. And when we left through the different styles of what the white man had proclaimed unto us, bringing the Bible and telling us what is good, to contend with. And when we left, each and everything, whatever is good in his sight must be good for everybody. Who gave him the audacity to do that? We have our own lives. We have been manifesting a lot of things. They have tried to unalive us completely out of the face of the earth. If you read Henry Kissinger's report, they decided to do a populational control on Africa. We have never asked, I usually use Mugabe's words, we have never asked for an inch of Europe, neither have we asked for an inch of America. Why are these people always saying we are poor, we are this, based on their standards, but they keep going back to us? So don't you see that we hold a value? The value we don't see. Recently I was looking at a poor man in South Africa. I call him a poor man. Being educated, the why guy Cyril Ramaphosa, he has not asked to visit his brother in Burkina Faso, to support him anywhere. He has been masquerading, saying to have some semblance of peace. He didn't do that. What did he do? He decided to invite himself. I don't commit anything. Trump can never invite you. Why don't you also have standards and say, if you, Trump, need to say things that you're saying in the White House, talking about all these things, there's a genocide with the Afrikaners, and why don't you tell him to come to your country? You call yourself sovereign states, but you have failed to leave the sovereignty you talk about. It's painful. With the Afrikaners, and have you ever seen a masquerader who says I'm this, I'm that, but when you see his real actions, they don't even add up? I am disappointed with African leaders, and I'm disappointed with lamenting every now and again. Must cause a generational revolution that has to change, number one, the mindsets of our children, and number two, the mindset of the way we look at whites, and then we try to copy everything they do, from dress code to language to accent to everything.
My brother, you have a right. You have a
I
right.
speak all these things in this belief. I wish I could have a way.
The greatest, can you land?
Because we have.
Can you please land?
And go asking them. I can
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. I couldn't understand you. Can you say that again?
I'm asking a question. I said, I'm speaking sensible or not sensible?
Sensible.
Because I'm still finishing up my point.
Go ahead.
I'm begging for just a minute or two to land. Now, the issue right now that we are going through, all these things that we put here, General Langley is not Africa's problem. Our problem starts with us as human beings, as Africans. We've with us as human beings are going to be waking up blaming X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The first thing we need to do today, let us seek back our identity as Black people, as people who had their spirituality, as people who need to regain whatever they lost. But when we keep on saying, oh, we shall do this, then we shall do this, then we want to bargain with the white people. How do you have to bargain with the man who has taken in African society? That's unheard of. It's an abomination. We've taken everything, garbage, everything, mention it. And the fact is, whether we agree to disagree, these are painful things we must tell ourselves. Beg to think that this way of looking, gentlemen, when he came to start this, there has been a lot of we have been spreading news about the lies the white man has been talking about. How can you tell me there's genocide in Congo? Sorry, there's genocide in South Africa, Afrikaners. I can't speak about the genocide, broad day genocide that is going on in Gaza. You cannot speak about broad day genocide going about in Congo. And then
Please say G side, and I want to go to the new panel member, and then we can go to open panel. F1 in the comments. Okay, we're gonna go to the.
Antigua.
Yes.
Oh, did he drop? It looks like that man was about to have a heart attack.
No,
I
didn't.
don't get it.
I didn't drop anyone, but he was having network problems, so maybe he dropped because he was muted, or maybe.
Okay. It looks like he was about to have a heart attack. We have lost our identity. Who is we? I don't even know people who speak like that. Who is we?
I muted him because he kept saying G side over and over.
Can you guys hear me?
Jackie, hey,
Yes.
what's up, brother? What's up,
Can you
man?
guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so yeah, okay. So I just want to address that young man. I don't know whether it's a young boy. Listen, if you have lost your identity, please don't take us with you. You guys don't come here and say Africa, Africa, we. Who is the we? You are here and say we have lost our identity. You and who have lost their identity? And now, some of these talking points should be challenged. Okay, we have lost our identity because we are on an international platform. You will make people who are learning from us and oh, you mean Africa don't, like me, I come from a Ahimfie. You know what is a Ahimfie? I come from a palace. Yes, that is my family. You guys will understand. We still have our African spirituality. We still practice, so please don't be ignorant, don't add us to your troubles. If you are confused, say I. Don't say we. We shouldn't. We should stop doing that. I know there are a lot of people over here who have not lost their Africanness and they know who they are. Please don't add us. If you are lost, say that you have lost your identity. Don't ever say we. I don't agree to that. And all of you were also quiet because maybe you guys have also lost your identity. That's why you were quiet. You didn't say anything. But young man, just find your way. Find your way and never forget your identity and your African spirituality. There's no we in this discussion. That's all I wanted to say. I was busy earlier, but I am here now. We can proceed. Dynamite, I hope you were paying attention to Atigua. I know you are new, so just learn one or two.
Fantastic. She's so good.
Yeah, so I'm saying that just pay attention. You understand? Just I know you are very active. That is why I want you to learn all. And this man right here, DDT, whatever, I keep dropping him because you keep opening your mic and saying yes, it's true. This pretendian was talking about some pseudo history. Yes, yes, it is true. I drop him. You're African. You will not mind your business. I don't even understand why some of you Africans do that. You behave like American history. You know what they are talking about. You guys are part of the problem. And anytime somebody feels me, oh yes, we don't do that over here. We don't just open your mic and start talking. No, we don't do that over here. You have to wait till your turn. You have to wait for your the moderator to notice you. Bob, you are lucky because we are good friends. I nearly took you down. Seriously, Bob. I nearly took you down, but you understood the sound. Yes, you understood the sound. Good. I don't want you guys to be part of this community and don't realize what we are doing over here. Okay? We don't allow misinformation, pseudo history. We don't allow all these things over here because this is our platform. People are listening and learning. Children are listening. So we have to be very careful. Immediately you detect, you don't have to engage. Like people who don't have African ancestry but then want to tell you what you want to use your resources for, it is wrong. This is someone who need your resources, not you. Okay? You can just come here and speak.
I got it.
You can come here and speak. It doesn't matter. Nobody will tell you who you are, but don't start to teach something that you cannot verify or it's not factual or say otherwise. Like it's not allowed. Unless you guys can ask questions and ask questions and ask questions and try to know and understand because people are listening to this live. So if you don't verify some of the information that people are coming here saying, and there was another African American, he said, yes, I agree with him, but I think you guys didn't catch it. I wanted you guys to ask what he agrees with because some of the history, when you are saying it, you are erasing other people's history. You are putting other people in problems. So it's very important. Anyway, Antigua.
Sorry, can I quickly chip in?
Dynamite is here, so if you are ready to board, she can always take over. Yeah.
Yes, well, sorry, Antigua.
Okay.
There's a lady Corey in the queue. I think she's private, so I can't bring her up. So if you can bring her up, TM. She said she disagrees with your headline that it's not an exception that the U.S. recruited those two Kenyans into the U.S. military.
She can disagree in the comment. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong to disagree. I mean, it's okay. She can disagree. She can write comment for that. I don't also see her. I don't know why she. It's okay.
We're going to go to the next person on panel, which is Jacob, but Jacob is on teacup. So we will go to open panel and come back to Jacob. Is there anything anyone would like to add to the discussion?
No, I think Big Drizzle hasn't spoken.
Big Driz, did you have a chance to give your submission? Big Driz, are you there? I'm going to send you an invitation to unmute.
Oh, hello?
Big Driz, did you have a chance to submit?
Oh, yeah, okay. I want to submit. First of all, I want to say it's good to see y'all again. Good
Can you
morning.
introduce yourself, please?
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, bye across the world. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You know what I'm saying? From the stage, shout out to TM, shout out to Jazz, shout out to people in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, I think we're witnessing I think the genius of the political stance that Ibrahim Traore has taken. You know, I corrected the relationship between him and Russia, and I tried to tell people that Russia never had any colonial traces in Africa. If you look at Russia's history if you don't believe me, ask the Ethiopians. When they fought the first Ethiopia-Italian war, the Russians gave them the weapons to fight the war. And if you look throughout the history of them, whether if you don't believe me, ask the Ethiopians. Been supported by the Russians or the Soviet Union. You know what I'm saying? That's what I put there. Another thing I would say, the genius of Ibrahim Traore is that Trump it's showing how the West he's kind of bending backwards towards the Sahel states, and they need to take advantage of this. What I mean by this is that this in all of our native countries, we need to demand our politicians to change the political stances, or else get AFRICOM out of Africa. You know what I'm saying? And stop the U.S. aid. The U.S. aid needs to stop in all the countries. That's what's funding the terrorists in these different countries, and also that's also undermining the progression of our people. You know what I'm saying? In the States, we need to call the ending of AFRICOM, because they're taking away everything anyway in the States. That's a whole nother conversation. But the thing is that we should really call the end of AFRICOM, and we should call of the U.S. aid ending too, just to help our people out there. You know what I'm saying? And so and that's all I want to say. You know, yeah, keep supporting TM. Shout out to TM, and yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Thank you for your submission. I believe, we have a new panelist, user 8. Can you please introduce yourself?
I have a question about, I just read what you guys say, Trump sent an envoy to the Burkina Faso to ease the tensions. When I do my little research, it say this was 2020. Are you guys still talking about 2020 or now? That's the question that I have. Did he send her now?
Where did you say you were from?
Oh, I'm from Somalia.
Oh, okay. Well, I am not familiar with the Trump sending an envoy to Burkina Faso.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah, I just want to know that because when I did my little research, it say this was 2020, like before Ibrahim become a president. I thought it was now. That's why I asked you. And can I add something else, or you guys?
yeah, sure. You could add something
Okay,
else.
so I see on the picture. I'm just reading what you guys have on the topic. In General Langley, I don't know if I say his name wrong, recruited two Kenyati to be in the U.S. military. Is that like is that now?
Antigua, let me answer real quick before I can go back on mute. You said when you did your research, where did you do that research?
Oh, I Google also, and I did and I used a ChatGPT also, but it says 2020.
Okay, go to ChatGPT right now. So just type, did Trump sent envoy to Burkina Faso recently? Baki, you have to mute your mic, sir. We don't have to hear your background.
Oh,
Please
I'm sorry.
mute, Baki.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I type exactly what you say on here. Trump sent an envoy to the Burkina Faso to ease the tensions. When I type exactly that, it say, yes, he did, but it was December 2020, not now.
Okay, listen again. Listen to what you have to put over there. I said, right, did Trump send envoy to Burkina Faso recently? I don't know how you guys do research.
As of May 27th, 2025, an envoy was sent to Burkina Faso.
So I don't know how she's doing the research.
There's
Is
no.
she there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. It said there's no public record that's showing that he sent it now, recently. I don't know if I got the wrong.
Okay, you need to delete your chat GPT and re-download it again.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I will do that. Also, what about the other question that I asked you about the recruiting two Kenyati to be in a U.S. military? Is that like what he's doing that? Like, is he like trying to do? Is he creating an operation to mess with the Burkina Faso? Is that the reason why he's going there?
We can never know, but we can use our common sense.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank
He
you guys so
hasn't
much.
said anything. He just recruited them. You're welcome, but please delete GPT because it's very
Okay, I will.
dangerous. It's not giving you the right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Barky, can you please unmute and introduce yourself, and you can give your thoughts on the discussion? I'm going to send an invitation to unmute your mic. Barky might be away from his phone. If you would like to add anything to the discussion, please put your request in. For those who are on the panel, is there anything you would like to add to the discussion?
Hello, listeners, Radioland. Good evening. My time in Jamaica, 5:17. I'm just tuning in on the discussion, and You asked a valid question there. General Langley has recruited two Kenyan in the U.S. Army. I just don't see where I should be comfortable in that, recruitment, because reason why that there is so much tension going about, and the youths are the future of Africa, and if they began to recruit some of our bright minds, because no doubt those youths are brilliant, So it's like I just don't want to get comfortable in that recruitment, But let us see, let us watch and see where it's gonna spill out, But I'm just, because them are all saying that if you want to kill your enemy, you just draw near to him. You see it? Just draw near to him and find out his weak spot, his weaknesses, and then you attack, So I'm just not comfortable in that. That's one of the things I gathered from the speaker was before me, the two speakers, that they should shut down all said from them after how they treated us. We're good, and Abraham Shore opened up our eyes to the whole world of possibilities, that we can actually do his thing without the West and the USA and all the hiccups that is going on, So I'm just not comfortable with that, But who laugh last, laugh best, So I'm just mad at how the recruitment is going on with that Kenyan, with those two Kenyan, The recruitment is going on with the same view. But I make a submission once that should drive out the ambassadors them from the country, just to let us have a breathing space to operate and to maneuver our own affairs. You see, because everybody know that no is a spy more than to his country that they sitting in Africa, is a spy, and them carry out news, And the first, we in the verse, and I am of the view that when a country gonna declare war in and the first, and then now they them declare war, So this is
Thank you for your submission. Does anyone have a question or comment?
All right. All right. So let me take this time to lend my voice to what has already been discussed and spoken about, but in another dimension. I want to say this. I have two aspects. I hope Titi will not disturb me this time. Almost at times, please. I'm talking now. Can't others mute the mic? Almost at times when I'm talking, Titi used to. I don't know what they used to do. Their manipulative tactics. Please. So the anger I'm talking about is this situation in which we find ourselves. We know that we need people who can say like-minded, or people who support our struggle, or people who support our cause. And it doesn't really matter where those persons are. It's for us to reach out to them in any way we can, so that we actually get their support and get their backings. So if we are sending support aid, food in any other form as aid to persons out of our terrain who we perceive can have our interests, can back us up, maybe military wise or any other moral wise, if we're supporting them, is an indirect, to me, is an indirect way telling them that we are with you, stand with you. And as we stand with you, indirectly we expect you to stand with us. We back you, we support you with what we can support you. We can support you with this, maybe food and other. And in return, we expect so and so from you. We might be sending this without necessarily telling them category what is, maybe food and other. Because in this act of warfare, it's all about signaling. You don't need to actually talk to person will in turn back you up. So us sending relief material or any form of support to the external world is because we equally need support from them, directly or indirectly. They might not come directly to support us, but they might support the struggle indirectly. So that is one part I want us to look at very well, and we should consider it that way. So I listened to some of my brothers, sisters, some of them, I don't know, some didn't really agree with him. So we're saying, okay, why not support your immediate brothers around you? Okay, maybe your immediate brother around you, if they're already with you, that is one good thing. You need to get support from external forces. That is the angle I'm coming from. Then the other parts I want to talk about is the recruitment. I don't know why we're bothering ourselves too much on such recruitment. I wanted to make this point at the time, but I didn't have the opportunity. If paraventure, one of us get out of our motherland into a foreign land and decide to abandon our motherland and choose another identity, should we still be struggling to say that one is our own? If leaves paraventure Nigeria to US through his Nigerian passport and deny his naturality and take naturalized in maybe France or US or any other country out there, should we in this part of the world, Nigeria or any part of Africa, still consider such a person as a Nigerian or as an African? Bear in mind that that person have naturalized in that foreign country, in America, for example. Mind you, if you naturalize in such, now you cannot represent the interests of the country you have abandoned. You are only representing the interests of the country you have naturalized. So we cannot be considering them. We should not be considered naturalized in such as of average France or any other citizen. So they are no longer part of us so long as they naturalized and have taken arms in support of the country that have they are no longer. So we should not hammer ourselves and we should not feel threatened. The only thing we always see is that we have to, our inner calculus, that is first of all our mind, we have to strengthen our mind, then strengthen our external forces, our territories. One thing I said it one time in this platform, I will say it again. African leaders, and especially the ones that are not puppets, because there were times that Africans never saw the need of weapons. So they never invested in manufacturing or production of weapons. But nowadays, we have seen the need, the massive need for weapons. So African leaders begin to buy massive weapons. They must start to look for a way to begin to manufacture weapons, not even the conventional type that US, France, Russia they have. We should start producing our own in such a way that we will not spend more than it they are sending. You don't even know the agreement that they have. They what they call first class information, or how should I put it, confidential information, which is only meant for the top. You don't know why they send those food or those leaf. It might be already in agreement for an exchange of maybe weapons. But let me not lie to you, if peradventure we already have all this weapon and co, we won't be struggling to wanting to appease other Western powers so that in return they might support us with military might or information or technology. That is why our leaders must struggle and invest more in the production and nations. It's very, very important. For those people they employed, that is another way to distract us and to put fear. We must not be under siege of fear, because there are many ways they want you to be perplexed or to be under fear. But if we take away fear, that is why we don't really need a Democrat. We need somebody like him, a military leader who already knows what it means to overcome fear and to never show fear. Because when you're showing fear or timidity, you have opened yourself up for diverse form of attack. So you must never be afraid. You must never be timid in front of even your oppositions. So this I know he knows already as a military personnel. So by you, let's know whatever tactics, whatever thing he's playing out, know that is a calculated, strategical stuff that he must have done with his inner calculus. All right. So let's just keep on supporting morally. But I don't know if this voice can get to him. I just want him and others to know that they need to invest in the manufacturing of weapons and ammunitions, so that we will not be exchanging our goals and other mineral resources to be getting military support or military ammunitions. All right. So thank you so much for this. I can come up any other time. Let me stop now.
Antigua, are you there? Antigua. Okay, Emperor, are you Nigerian?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay, so since she's not there, please let me just say one other thing
Oh,
before.
no. We have to. You're
All
still
right,
on the
then
panel,
it's
right?
okay. It's okay. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, we'll still pivot back to your submission, but let's welcome I think AES. I think AES is next. Let's unmute.
And I hope everyone is okay. One thing I want for you to think about General Langley recruiting Kenyans. You have to know Kenya is a no NATO ally, so they can use it anytime to do whatever they want in Africa. Because the fact here is we don't have like the African Union don't have an agreement, a military agreement with NATO and the US, because NATO and the US are the brain behind all of this to establish military base along the African continent. So what they are doing here is to negotiate based on the leadership of that country, and African Union will have nothing to say about it because they will say this country are sovereign country, because the African Union don't make decision on behalf of most of African countries, because these are not elected leaders. These are autocrats. They are just selected and placed in position and make critical decisions for Africa. So I think we should just consider this and be on the proactive side and prepare for the worst, because, oh my God, these people are getting ready for us. It will take them 100 years for them to just leave you. It's just difficult. Be on the proactive side and on something here. We'll find it difficult to coordinate in this continent, especially when it comes to leadership. Until we start building like a leadership academy or military academies and military leadership academies that look into African setting, how to run a military based on the African geographical setting